basically, I was telling you that this is where Choli is. And we need to look at the fertility rate. Actually, Choli subregion has remained at 5. And the number of people who live in Choli is around about 360 there of productive age. So we also ask ourselves, how are we reaching those people? So when you look at this, this is what we call the model for harnessing the demographic data. And one of the things they say is that for people to harness the demographic data, number one, you must provide access to family planning. And access to family planning, and then once you provide access to family planning, then people now start taking care of their own sexual and reproductive destiny. Number two, you must provide education. So the more girls stay at school, the more likely that they will delay having children. Number three, you must build healthcare systems. That's why part of the things we do, we train people in private, but also in public facilities. Number four, you empower girls. That means that they need to have jobs and their own money, such that they stop using sex as a tool for transaction. And number five, you need to ensure that nobody uses sex as a tool for transactions. So finally, good governance and accountability. And in the health sector, good governance is lacking. You hear of drugs that have been stolen, there are stockhousing facilities, and family planning is affected by stockhouse, but also lack of skills from the health workers. Most health workers do not have the bare minimum skills to start an IUD, to remove maybe an implant, to conduct basic procedures. So usually we ask ourselves, so if the health worker does not know how to start an IUD, and I come to the facility, you're likely to bias me and say, you take an injection, because it's a simple one. So that's why we are saying, as we celebrate World Contraception Day, it's also important to understand that some people get pregnant because they do not have options available. And once they don't have options, the next thing is you're forced to carry pregnancy that you don't want. So there are some key facts here that we need to share. More than half the pregnancies are unintended, and nearly a third of these being unsafe abortions. You can imagine if there are 10 girls in this room, and 10 of them get pregnant, 50% of you would have had unintended pregnancies. You can imagine that is, so unsafe abortions and these complications account for 5% of maternal death in Uganda. So if there are 4,000 or 5,000 women, actually there's 6,000 women dying, 1,200 will be as a result of unsafe abortions. I think the other is an important cause of maternal mortality. So 5% of our women die because of that. So expanding access to modern contraception is critical to prevention of unplanned pregnancy and unsafe abortions. I think that's the message we want to communicate here. And then treating complications resulting from unsafe abortions poses significant cost to the Uganda healthcare system. Government is spending a lot of money. Actually, it is estimated that it costs government about $130 per patient. That's the money we don't have. Yet there are simple things that we can do, like ensuring that we have availability of family planning products. There is also another fact as medical students that you need to know, that there are about 2,700
274,000 abortions every year in Uganda. So even now as we are in this room, there's a clinic in Gulu doing some procedure. We just don't know which clinic, but it's happening. That means 30 per 100 live birth. So of the 274,000 abortions done, 90,000, which is about 25%, are admitted due to abortion-related complications from having unsafe abortions. So even the 90,000, you find that they are not even going to clinics. They talk to their friends and do whatever their friends tell them that, me, I did this, me, I swallowed Coartem, double dose, me, I did this, and that's what happened. But sometimes when we have these statistics, people think that we are creating these statistics from the air. So the abortion rate for Uganda is slightly higher than the estimated rate for the East African region. So they say in East Africa, Uganda is at 34 per 1,000 women. And within Uganda, the rates vary from each region. Acholi has its rate, Kampala has its rates, West Nile has its rates. So actually, for the Western region, it's very low. But in Acholi sub-region, it is 70, I think in Kampala, it is 77% per 1,000 women, and in Acholi sub-region is 57. That means that you are only second to Kampala. That means, in terms of women who want to terminate pregnancies, Gulu is second to Kampala. What does that tell you? That there's too much sex in Gulu, which results in pregnancies that people don't want. So according to the Independent newspaper of 31st December 2021, Gulu and District and Gulu City had 474 unsafe abortions between 2020 to 2021. Teenage pregnancy cases, we had 5,500 girls below 18 who got pregnant between 2020, and there were 2,576 in 2021. So girls have just gone back to school. And if you ask me how many got pregnant, quite a big number probably in Gulu City. So the message here is that what do we need to do? Number one, we need to increase access to family planning such that we don't have cases of people who get unintended pregnancies and want to come out of that. And finally, you also need to know that injectables are the most commonly used method, followed by implants and then condoms. Gulu is among the districts with the highest HIV prevalence. Lira is another one. But if you read the Family Planning Atlas, it says West Nile has one of the lowest HIV rates. And some of the reasons are very simple. They distribute so many condoms. As a closure, I want to say that Uganda will benefit a lot if we invest in ensuring that people know their options, and young girls particularly have the power to decide when to have sex, how to have sex, and with who. When to have sex, how to have sex, and with who. You can choose to have sex every day. The question is how. How do you have it? Do you have it safe? There's what we call safe sex. There's what we call unsafe sex. Number two, whom do you have sex with? You can choose to have sex with the people who disempower you. If you talk to commercial sex workers, they will tell you that some people want to have sex when they are burning you with a cigarette butt, they are putting fire on your bums, but they're also having sex with you. So that kind of sex is what we call rough sex. And again, as young people, you need to decide what you need to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to stop here. We go for break. When we come back, we shall have Dr. Pebalo's presentation, and then we go to our panel discussion. The reason why I want to do this is because I want to sort out the power issues, such that by the time we come back, we don't have these glitches. So, thank you very much, and I want to say, let's have a great day, and I think I'm going to invite, who looks like a pastor here? He looks like a pastor. Okay. It's that lady on, what's your name? The lady this side. The next one. Yes. You pray for the tea. Okay. Thank you. So I think tea is in the next room. We can have the tea as we sort out these other issues. engagement is up. Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Moses Okello. I work for DKT Healthcare International. I'm happy to be here in Gulu City. Today we are commemorating the International Day for Contraception, and there are quite a number of events that we are executing today, one of which is this symposium in Acholi Inn, where we have a mixture of district officials. We have people from the Ministry of Health. We also have people from Gulu University. So the International Day, or the World Contraception Day, for us is very important because as DKT and our partners, Coherenet, IPAS, PSI, we basically have products, but we also work in the policy space to ensure that there is access for contraceptive methods. So today we want to educate people about the power of options, since that's the theme for World Contraception Day. And also we want to have two panel discussions, essentially to discuss the power of options, but also to understand the barriers, the misconceptions around family planning methods. We also know that when a family planning method fails, then people move from just carrying the pregnancy to thinking about terminating it. And so today kicks off a long week of activities, which will culminate into a celebration of the International Day of Safe Abortion, where we shall also have guests trying to discuss the prevalence of unsafe abortions in the community and how we can build capacity to ensure that we have people who are technically grounded to offer services essentially for post-abortion care, and also to reduce the risks associated with unsafe abortions in the community. So Gulu particularly is of our interest because it has the highest number of unsafe abortions, and so we believe that offering access to family planning methods will reduce the burden of people getting unsafe abortions, but also most importantly, people will be able to make their choices and have children when they want. So thank you very much, and we look forward to having a memorable day today, and also on 28th of this month, we also hope to join our teams and the Coherenet activities in Amuru district.
So Doctor, lastly, what do you think about having an innovation like an abortion focused
I think for now, we have to work within the policy space to understand which type of information can be disseminated. Because as you know, Uganda has policies that allow certain instances where you can have abortion, but also there are those where it's not allowed. So we have to have that TV, but also it must be regulated within the policy framework and ensure that we provide what we call age-appropriate information. But most importantly, you provide information that is permissible by the ministry. And the Ministry of Health is the custodian of all these services. Yeah.
abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life.
So, good morning, madam. What is your name?
My name is Nansha Irene.
Together we say no to have unsafe abortion.
Contraception Day is a day.
This message goes to younger children.
Day
Do
is
not
a day
have
where we
unsafe
get
abortion because
some
it will
knowledges
take
about
off your life.
pregnancy and other things like HIV. It helps us to yeah, it helps us to avoid getting unplanned pregnancy.
Together we say
HIV.
no to have unsafe
And it's
abortion.
good because it helps us to gather together.
This
to
message
share
goes
some
to younger
ideas
children.
as
Do
youth.
not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life.
Good morning.
Together we say no to have unsafe abortion.
Is my name. Okay, that is great.
This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life.
Contraception Day, actually, it's a vital day in life, whereby the need is talking about the pregnancy levels in Uganda and other issues. Yeah.
Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life.
How are you?
I'm okay, sir.
What do you really understand when they say World Contraception Day?
World Contraception Day, then I come to realize
Together
also
we
about
say
the concept
no
of
to
HIV
have
and the
unsafe
level it has
abortion.
taken to impact on our country so far.
This message
Because
goes to younger children.
As you see,
Do
as
not
things
have
have already been
unsafe
explained to
abortion
us,
because it
there are
will
a range
take
of
off
things,
your
a range of
life.
factors that have affected the people all over. More so the education, the finance, and even the governance, as some of the points have been given to us.
Together we say
So it's
no
now
to
a time
have
for
unsafe
the government
abortion.
at least to come up and help in many means in
This
helping
message goes
in
to
the
younger
prevention of
children.
HIV, because the
Do
levels
not
are very
have
high, more so in
unsafe
this school
abortion
which we are
because
in,
it will take
and
off
even
your
other
life.
places all over the country. Thank you.
Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion.
Geraldine,
This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it
Thank you
will
so
take
much.
off your
They
life.
talk about World Contraception Day. What comes into my mind is like it is that day where we need to take an opportunity to make the world or to make all women
Together
know
we
about
say no to have
contraception, know
unsafe
what contraception
abortion.
is like. It is that day that is brought out
This
as an
message goes
opportunity
to
for
younger
every mother,
children.
for every
Do
woman,
not
for
have
every girl,
unsafe
and
abortion
men
because
also
it
to know
will
about
take off your
contraception and
life.
know what contraception is exactly.
Okay, thank you for the idea. Do you have any idea?
Yeah, World Contraception Day as it comes. One, I might think it's
Together
a
we
day to
say no
commemorate
to have unsafe
this
abortion.
movement that was started of contraception.
This
is
message goes
contraceptives
to
at
younger
least
children. Do
manage
not
family
have
planning,
unsafe
but
abortion
also
because it
it's
will
a
take
it's a
off
day
your
for
drive.
creating awareness to the world at large, because now the good thing we have the social media and stuff. So the moment this is held, it can be broadcasted and to show that it's there and to provide that
Together we
information
say
that the person
not to
who
have
would not receive
unsafe
it can
abortion.
get it. Yes. My name is Sanga Mark.
This message goes
Zasenga.
to younger children.
Welcome.
Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life.
For me, first of all, I'm happy that this day has been recognized and also given a day like this to be celebrated and create awareness among people, because now this is something that is so important to people already married and most important to people, to the youth, because we have seen so many youth mess up because I think majorly because of the unwanted pregnancies, and they have messed up their lives just because they did not have this kind of awareness. And therefore, for me, I thank those spearheading this, and in particular now DKT International. Yeah, and we will also try hard and do what we can to create awareness even outside. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for the idea. So, what is your name?
I'm Abamwesiga Gift.
Okay.
Yes.
Together we say not to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say not to have unsafe abortion.
Please.
This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life.
World Contraception Day.
What comes to my mind is that it is like when
Together we say not
what
to
comes
have
to mind,
unsafe
basically
abortion.
understand it is how to understand
This message
production
goes to younger
or
children.
the ones
Do
who are
not
able to
have
maintain.
unsafe abortion
Yeah, that comes to
because
me,
it
comes to my
will
mind.
take off your life.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
Yes, please.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Together we say not to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say not to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say not to have unsafe abortion.
And you, the boys, you are always creating an unmet need of family planning. So they have brought it wisely so that you create awareness of your facilities so that any abnormal behavior in your schools, you are able to address timely. And we really want to avoid an unexpected pregnancy for our young girls because, as we know, Christmas period when it comes, there is a lot of unmet needs that we need to address perfectly. So I don't really have much to say. Thank you so much. We have really to be very active and attentive for all the declaration that is going to be made here on family planning. And we also go down and cascade to our colleagues that have not got an opportunity to be in this function. With these few remarks, I'm very grateful for the organizers and the entire people that have been invited and they are in here for this function. The meeting is officially open for God and their country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you go in your management and clinical careers, there is one concept you learn. It's what we call thinking and working politically. So this activity that has just ended is part of what we call thinking and working politically. You must get the blessing of the district team for some of these activities to happen. So some of you, when you graduate, you don't just walk. Because you are a doctor, right? It is going to stop. Life will become hard for you. So on that note,
yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Moses and team. Thank you so much, the Office of the DHO, Gulu District. I think it's very important that you actually representing this, because at the end of the day, all the activities that happen in the district depends entirely on the district office. And if you get the blessing, as my friend has said, everything will be possible. If you don't get the blessing, you'll find a lot of bad roads with gullies, sometimes bigger than potholes. Okay? So I am happy that I'm talking about the power of options and the risk associated with unmet needs of family planning. I think this is an interesting topic to me because throughout my work as an obstetrician and a gynecologist, I have seen a lot of unmet needs of family planning, and I've seen a lot of myths that is creating the unmet needs of family planning. When I go to gyno PD, I normally do gyno PD for teaching and also for community support to help the hospital, support the hospital team. Every Tuesday, unfortunately today I'm here, but I'm fortunate that I'm going to also attack this from a broader perspective, isn't it? The first thing that I see a lot is actually infertility. And the infertility that I see, most of the women who come presenting with infertility, the first thing they say is that, you see, I am not able to get pregnant, yet I have not used any family planning. So somehow family planning has been blamed left, right, center for nothing. And I guess a number of you here actually believe that if you use family planning, it can cause infertility. Okay? And unfortunately, if you believe up to a level of the university, then I think we are training not good citizens. Okay? At the level of university, you should be able to discern a myth and misconception from the truth. We have seen people who get infertility, they have not used family planning. Isn't it? We have seen people who get infertility, they have used family planning. Okay? Okay, let me give an analogy. If I quarrel with this man now here, and I promise that if you ever cross that road, a border will knock you. Okay? And indeed, he went and crossed the road, and the border knocked him. what is he going to think? It is my curse, right? Right? Supposing the boarder was drunk. Okay? Supposing when he went there, because he was already confused, he got my message and he was not looking left, right. You know, they look left, right, what is it? They used to teach us in primary. Okay? So do not, the message here is that do not be so fast to decide what caused a particular phenomenon. Okay? We'll blame family planning for nothing, but family planning has actually helped us a lot that we need to appreciate today. So the power of options is very key, and we will actually look at the key highlights. I want to still go back to, my colleague has talked about the Ghana Demographic Health Surveys, the current one. I just throw some key highlights to bring it there, and then we look at the power of what the options are, and then we look at the teenage pregnancy, which is quite prevalent in our region here, and then we also need to look at the burden of unsafe abortion, which is a result of the unmet needs of family planning. Okay? We need to appreciate that the government and then the implementing partners and some donor organizations have spent a lot of energy to make sure that these parameters come out. There are key objectives that you need to look at. One of them is family planning. So that means that the government is behind family planning. Okay? I know some of you think family planning is here because some white people want to reduce our population. Isn't it? So I don't know if the government is the white people. Okay? And then also, there is part of maternal and child health. Maternal and child health, family planning still come under maternal and child health. Domestic violence, family planning still come under domestic violence, because we have seen a number of people who have actually had issues in their family because they have discordant kind of agreement on family planning use. The man will just tell you don't get pregnant, but he's going to have sex with you, but doesn't want you to use a family planning method. You can imagine. The natural methods. We are trying to promote safe days in our setting here, knowing very well that we have high domestic violence. More than a third of our women do not have voice in sex. And she's supposed to count that on day X, she's not supposed to have sex. Yet the man comes and demands for that sex on that very day. So are we thinking right? Think about it. Also the men here, think about it. If your woman says no, please, let it be a no. Sometimes people think the no of a woman is a yes somewhere. Okay? Then marriage. Family planning still helps a lot. When we were in Lira 2 weeks ago, we had a conference, and then it was blessed by the Minister of Health. And she gave us a very powerful message. And the message is that family planning has been attributed as a commodity. Yet, family planning is more than a commodity. When they say, you need to plan, you need to be on family planning, they think you should be on some method or something like that. Yeah? So we need to change this. Gulu power is like that, but you can hear me, right? Yes. Gulu power has been trouble of the last 1 week. We think it is because of the rain, but probably it's more than a rain. There, the believers of the Bible said, go multiply and fill the world. Okay? But it is not written that you go multiply and fill the world alone. You know the world is getting filled up. You should not put put more pressure on the world. Okay? Some of you who have children, you know the cost of education now. Plan your family. Okay? So you need to start planning your family. So the Uganda Demographic Health Surveys brought clearly some key features. Okay? And they have invested a lot of money on certain objectives that is related to sexual and reproductive health. Okay? Importantly, of course, when you're looking at the Uganda Demographic Health Surveys, and now the local maternity systems, that has been actually an innovation by Ministry of Health, so that the local solutions are actually solved by the local people. The local problems within actually here may be slightly different from the Lango sub-region. Maybe slightly different from Bukedia sub-region. Maybe slightly different from any other regions of the country. And there are about 9 regions in the country. So each and every regional referral hospital is supposed to overlook at the problems that are there. The problem of family planning here may be slightly different from other. And that's why you see there are variations in the contraceptive prevalence throughout the country. The fertility has actually been reduced a little bit. If you compare to the one of 2016, between 2011 and 2016, this reduction is very minimal. Actually, if you look at the fertility rates, the fertility rates in the urban settings, it has increased. Because in the previous demographic health surveys, it was 4%. Okay? It was 4 children, okay, per woman. But in this current survey, it has actually increased to 4.3. So that means the people within town settings have become more fertile. Okay? Of course, the ones in the rural area has declined a bit. That's why you find it has dropped from 5.4 to 5.2. Okay? But that's only 0.2 reduction over a period of 6 years. Okay? So that means we have still a lot of things that we need to do. Okay? The fertility rate varies according to regions. There are some regions that have very high fertility, like the Karamoja region. The fertility rate there is 6.7%. 6.7 children per woman. Okay? In Acholi sub-region, it's about 5.2. Lango sub-region has gone a little bit low because there is a very high contraceptive prevalence in the Lango sub-region. People are using contraceptive. They have actually embraced it. Okay? But here we still have myth. We still have influences from people. When I was doing my clinical placement in Padibe, in Lamour, 2008, a man accompanied his wife and came with a knife. The wife had an implant inserted. Okay? And then the man demanded, actually instructed, commanded. I think the right word should be commanded. Okay? Commanded is when you have power, right? Yeah? Then you command things, it happens. And he commanded us to remove. Okay? And if we don't remove, he's going to cut. So we didn't want to see rugged cut by a knife. So we had to oblige. And then we removed. Okay? So those kind of behavior affects a lot. Okay? One thing that you need to know is, much as we have, we need men in sexual reproductive health decisions, there is nothing written in the Constitution that a woman who needs sexual and reproductive health services should get a spousal consent. Okay? I normally make this joke. It sounds bad. DHO, you may forgive me for this. That a woman needs to decide. Okay? For the contraception. Should not ask the man. Because there's no man who has died a maternal death. Okay? And the maternal death is common. You will die. Do you know what happened in labor suit? The moment the baby is born like this, the first person they ask is the baby. How is the baby? They don't ask about the mama. So people are secretly wanting babies out of you, and you risk getting a problem while they keep wanting baby out of you. Okay? So you need to be careful. The contraceptive prevalence rate, or the trend, has a little bit increased from 35% among the married couple to 37%. I know Uganda is a religious society, okay? And you have to have marriage, okay? And then when you marry, then it's, I cannot use contraception and I say I get married. Who said you need to have a marriage certificate to have sex? Do you first present the marriage certificate that now we are married, we need to have sex? Okay? That is not there. Okay? Of course, you look at the unmet needs of contraception is quite prevalent. Much as the contraceptive prevalence rate has increased, the unmet needs of contraception is quite prevalent. I wish we had power, would have shown some illustration. Okay? Maybe we'll show it later. Okay? But speak of the devil. Okay? So it's important to appreciate what unmet needs of contraception actually will bring. Okay? Many of us have unmet need of contraception. Now, what does it mean, unmet need of spacing? That's when you want to delay fertility for at least 2 years or more, okay? Many women who want to delay fertility for a year or more, up to 13% of them are not using contraception at all, okay? And they keep secretly praying that they should not get pregnant. And that's dangerous, right? Very dangerous. And then up to 8.5% of the women, of the total women, okay, who do not want to get pregnant at all, okay? They want to stop now, but they're not using contraception. Okay? He said, I am done. Yeah? If you're done, close the chapter. Okay? So this looks at all women of reproductive age. The reproductive age is from 15 to 19, but all 50 to 59, 49. But it is important to know that there are pregnancies that occurs before 15 years. Okay? Isn't it? We should not wait for a girl to reach 15 years to start talking about contraception. Okay? As soon as you think they're actually developing their secondary sexual characteristics, it is important to talk about this, okay? So that they have a choice. Of course, abstaining is the best. Everyone wants their daughters to abstain, isn't it? Okay? But those people who want their daughters to abstain are also secretly admiring people's daughters. So, if a girl cannot abstain as you have actually described it very well, they should be able to prevent a pregnancy. Okay? If you cannot avoid sex, avoid pregnancy. That's the message. Okay? The first thing is sex should not be there, isn't it? But if you cannot avoid sex, at least you have two targets. Okay? You should not miss one, right? Don't miss one. So those women who are sexually active, okay, and they wish to become pregnant, okay, wish not to become pregnant, but are not using contraception, are called what they call the women who have unmet needs of contraception, okay? So this is simple diagram that describes and in the northern region, it's actually very high, okay? Very high. And it is highest among the girls. We'll look at the effect of these unmet needs later, okay? But whatever the case, what we need to do is, when we step in, we need to get family planning methods, okay? The DHO told us about this, that there should be a variety of methods that are available to meet the woman's choice. How do we make sure these varieties are available? So that means we have multiple options, okay? And these multiple options give us a variety, so that if you think one has an effect, or you fear the side effects of one, you can actually switch to another one, okay? But as a general rule, as you provide or as you get contraception, or as your girlfriend get contraception, I see very many young men here, okay? As your girlfriend gets contraception, or as a lady you're getting contraception, it's the same way like you're eating food, okay? Isn't it? Some food you eat and it has no side effects, right? Some food you eat, it has what? It causes some, it aches your stomach, isn't it? But what is the purpose of eating the food? Is it to ache your stomach? It's to satisfy you, to make you live, isn't it? It's the same way contraception works, okay? You might get a contraception and no side effects, okay? Which is okay. Some people, when they don't get side effects, because they already told that, hey, you're more likely to get this, their ears get stuck on that. They want to get the side effects. And when they don't get it, they think it doesn't work. Okay? But if you get a side effects, come back to us. We decide, we actually discuss together, okay? And see how to mitigate the side effects. Some side effects are actually self-limiting. Within a particular period of time, you're done, okay? And you go back to normal, which is expected, okay? So the power of options is really, really very important. I brought this quote from this lady from Ghana. They wanted a clinic where they will not judge them by and then they get all the assistance they need, okay? If we have this kind of setting in our setting here, where you can walk in, whether you're a young girl or a married woman whose husband in Somalia, and you want to get a contraception, you should not be judged, okay? And that calls for attitude transformation, sister. The biggest problem with our health providers are the attitudes, okay? And people even talk behind you, comfortably, okay? So if we fight this, we'll actually provide a better environment. Sometimes it's access. The access is long, it's not actually easy. Like this girl from Uganda. Yeah? You don't need to move 2 kilometers to look for a method. Okay? And even if you walk 2 kilometers, you find a long queue there. Okay? Sometimes, even when you're within the hospital, you have had a miscarriage and you are told to postpone pregnancy for at least 3 to 6 months. And then you are sent to a family planning clinic, which is another setup. Okay? You go there, then you start from new faces. I've already created a rapport with this guy who is sleeping. And then this time I have to, you will send me to him. I find a new face. He's smiling, but I don't know why he's smiling. Eh? Okay? So that kind of setting. So if we can also provide contraception with all the other services under one roof, okay, that will be something that will help reduce this kind of behavior, queuing, whatever, okay? Because some people talk to you well. Some healthcare providers talk to you well. Some people don't talk to you well, okay? Some people don't talk to you at all, isn't it? You guys don't go to the hospital. Okay? So for us to have all the options and in a very good and a human right approach of doing this, we should have this support at the cultural and the community levels. So that means it should be integrated. The community should be aware about this. Okay? All the options that are there. We should have it at the legal framework. That means the policy makers should be aware about this and should be able to support this. Okay? And we should be able to have all the information we need about it. Okay? And then we should be able to actually have our clients satisfied by the service, by the information that we get. It's not just about lining up these methods and then you put it there. We need to meet all these to have the power of the options. Okay? And this information that we need to give to our clients should be client-centered information. We should not just give information that is so generic. Okay? I go to antenatal and then they talk about everything. Okay? You don't know if this information fits to me. Sometimes it doesn't fit to me. Eh? You get bored, isn't it? Even in family planning methods, when you go there, sometimes they give general health information. But because we have fewer staffs, sometimes giving individual tailored information is a little bit of a challenge. If you go to a health center 3, for example, sometimes you find one midwife. She's doing this, doing the other one. She will prioritize things that actually matters so that the district doesn't get her. She will prioritize on the mother who is in labor. Okay? All the other people, you sort out yourself. Okay? So that's where there's a challenge. But we hope with the time the government will actually bring in more people on board and then we'll improve on some of these things. But I think also we need to innovate. We cannot wait for the government to do all what we can. We have something that we can do. Okay? If you can make this information in a digital format, much as it may be generic, some people will be able to pick some information. So recorded information, something like that can actually provide and then create demands. The full range system. The guideline of the full range system means that you should at least offer at least one method from each of the following categories. So in our setup, we need to have this kind of arrangement. Okay? Under the barrier, you should be able to have one of these, either condoms or, okay? We are blessed with Kiss condoms, many flavors. You remember our study that came out and caused a lot of commotion about sex workers in Gulu. And they preferred chocolate flavored what? Kiss condoms. Okay? They use it during their period to mask the color of, okay? The color of the floor, okay? Because for them, they treat that part of the world like it is a shop where if you close it, you not get anything. You should also have short-acting methods, the injectables, the oral pills. I see in government settings, these are possible, okay? But even in private settings, I normally tell people wherever I go that the people who go to private settings, they're also Ugandans. Okay? It does not matter. Okay? Yeah? Does not matter. Whether you go to private or government, you're still what? Ugandans. Isn't it? So even the private health centers, I'm happy that DKT is helping to support the private sectors. Okay? They're also treating Ugandans. So you also have long-acting methods, permanent methods, both male and female sterilization. Also, still the same symposium brought a lot of issues on vasectomy. The male were a bit reserved to talk about it. Some doctors even threw away their knowledge in that symposium and said, you cannot castrate. Now they reduced vasectomy to what? Castration. So, you know, the level of annoyance that you even forget the basic medical knowledge. Eh? You know, castration is the removal of the gonads, isn't it? Eh? But vasectomy is just only cutting the vas, okay? So that you still have the potency, isn't it? Hmm? And emergency contraception. I think this has been a problem with especially government settings. Emergency contraception is so prevalent in the private sector because it thrives, okay? But I think not every Ugandan can afford. Even if they afford, maybe today you're broke, okay? Your brokenness should not, if you have had sex, your brokenness will not stop you from having sex, isn't it? And if you have had sex, it should not again make you get pregnant. Okay? Ideally, you should actually avoid pregnancy very much when you're broke. Okay? But besides that, there should be also an option of talking about the natural methods. Okay? Some of the natural methods has actually been classified as modern methods. But of course, in our setting here, in our context, where you need a very understanding man, as I said earlier, it's a bit a controversy. Lacho Hospital, as one of the private hospital, non-for-profit, faith-based, does a lot of natural methods. But I can assure you that many of those people get pregnant. For them, they have a very, you know, when they give you their data, they are very happy with it. But you follow up those women. Many of them, when they get pregnant, they don't go back the other side. Hmm? I've seen a number of women within the first 6 months after cesarean section, and they are pregnant. Hmm? So the option should be there. But this does not fit everyone. Okay? Even lactation amenorrhea, as you know very well, if you don't meet the 3 criteria for lactation amenorrhea, you are off. Okay? First of all, we should even have the 4th criteria. Okay? Women who are working should not be on lactation amenorrhea. Because it works on the basis that you need to breastfeed on demand, not pumping breast milk. No. Okay? 3 hours the baby has cried, suckle. 3 hours like that. Does that work in a working environment? No. Okay? So ideally, we should actually put it as a rule that women who are working look for another method. Okay? Not that one. Okay? Or warn them, you're likely to get pregnant. Okay? With a big warning. You're likely to get pregnant. Okay? So the natural method, you can also give it as an option for people who actually. So for us to have a good option, we need to look at the knowledge. Of course, the knowledge is very important. We need to understand what's happening. Then the beliefs and self-efficacy is also very key. And then we need to look at the attitudes. Okay? The attitudes is very key in our setting. Teenage pregnancy is very prevalent. This is a report for the previous financial year, 2021-2022. The regional contribution to the causes of maternal deaths. Okay? You see, actually, sub-region comes up there. Abortion, post-abortion complication, accounted for 9.4% of the total maternal death. And I can tell you, 7 girls died. This 9.4% is actually 7 girls that died in actually sub-region. And all of them were teenagers. They got pregnant. Isn't it? They tried to terminate the pregnancy. Okay? The process killed them. Okay? If they had used contraception, do you think they would have died? Okay? So it varies. Actually, sub-region is one of the regions with the highest mortality. Of course, does not surpass West Nile, which is 12.3%. Okay? Look at the effects of teenage pregnancy on a girl. Okay? Okay? Cause a lot of issues. Why don't we prevent these issues by making them have contraception? Okay? If they have all this, do you think they're going to live a normal life? Okay? The answer is no. Okay? So there are many ways. Okay? Some of these messages are very key, but I don't know if people read it. Okay? The teacher will carry that message the whole time from school. The next day, the other girl is pregnant. Okay? Because the message is only avoid teenage pregnancy. How do you avoid? Abstain. Okay? The country is against what? Sexuality education, right? Okay? And that's the biggest problem, because now if you don't know anything about it, you experiment, isn't it? So the unmet needs, we need to appreciate that the contraceptive use is low, prevalence rate is low. The unmet need is very high, okay? The unmet need is the primary cause of unintended pregnancy. And unintended pregnancy is the primary cause of most of the abortions. And in a setting like Uganda, where abortion is legally restricted, I want to tell you today that it is legally restricted. It is not illegal. Okay? There are some provision that you can actually provide abortion services. Okay? Like if a baby is in utero and has a congenital anomalies that is incompatible with life, if they are born, okay, they cannot survive. Okay? You can terminate that pregnancy. Why? Because you're protecting the psychological being of the woman. You know, it's so painful to carry pregnancy until 9 months and you deliver to bury the baby, isn't it? Why not terminate when it is still young? Okay? And then you recover fast. Okay? So there are some provisions that can, so it is legally restricted. Okay? Let's just appreciate, just very fast, I think my time is up. Okay? First of all, sex sometimes is inevitable, isn't it? Some people, we need to appreciate the reason why people have sex. Sometimes they have sex to survive, to please someone, to get food, to what? Are those any of the reasons why they have sex to get baby? Isn't it? We need to appreciate that. Then, sometimes pregnancy is inevitable. When you have sex, if you don't use contraception, pregnancy is inevitable. Isn't it? And then, many of these pregnancy is unintended. Okay? Unintended pregnancy has two routes. It becomes wanted. Some people say, it has already come, let us keep it. It is wanted. Isn't it? Some people say it, whether it is sunshine or there's rain, I don't want this pregnancy. Okay? And become unwanted. Okay? Some unwanted, so the unwanted pregnancy has two routes again. Some people said, okay, even if I don't want, let me just have it there. Then it results into unwanted birth. Okay? Someone claimed that there are ghouls that are disturbing people. Some of them were born unwanted. Okay? Isn't it? Because they're not wanted, nobody takes care of them, then they find their own ways of surviving. Isn't it? Now, some of the unwanted pregnancy will actually be terminated. And the problem is the termination is done in hiding. Okay? And those terminations are unsafe. And unsafe abortion is the cause of maternal death. Okay? Of course, the induced abortion has a problem. We already talked about the law. The laws affect its safety, access, and quality. Let me tell you the truth today, that the law only affects the poor people. The poor people in my village. Okay? Any of you can actually, if they want to terminate pregnancy, can go to Nakasero, pay 2 million. Okay? And then they find out, they find a diagnosis for your live pregnancy. Okay? They can say it is blighted ovum. Then you get a safe. Now the poor person there has to use traditional birth attendants, has to use herbalists, has to use what? Small clinics. Okay? And they're the ones affected. Okay? So the law is only meant to kill the poor. Okay? Of course, we already talked about that. I don't know if this one is seen very well. We need to appreciate that in that year that they did this study, it was sometimes back. Okay? I think 2013, they did this study. They found that 2008, okay, of the 1.2 million pregnancy, all of them were actually unintended. That represents 44 of the total pregnancies that occurred in that year. 44% of the pregnancies were unintended. That is in Uganda, okay? And out of that 44% of the 1.2, 30% of them were induced. People just terminated the pregnancy. 30% of 1.4 is what? 1.2. Okay? Is more than 400. Okay? 400,000 pregnancies were terminated in that year. So whether the law is there, I normally say the law doesn't stay around people's cervix. Okay? People will find ways of terminating the pregnancy. Whether you put the law at the door, they'll find ways of bypassing. Maybe they pass through the window. Okay? Okay? So as healthcare providers, as any other well-wishers, it is important if someone presents to you with a problem. Okay? Don't behave like you're a police officer or a judge and put in judgment. You have also committed a lot of crimes. Did people judge you? This already said that it is the poor people who suffer. Even within the poor countries, it is the very poor. Okay? I think it is written somewhere in the Bible that the poor will what? What? I'm not so good at the Bible. Pastor. Yeah? This happened during COVID-19. Okay? A lot of women, girls actually got pregnant in Kidgum. Young girls, a lot of them got pregnant in Kidgum. And you remember during the last symposium we had, the RDC said that it is the parents who are actually responsible. Okay? Because when the girls were in school, in the hands of the government, they were not getting pregnant. Okay? So the girls now were, during lockdown, the girls were with their parents, and they are getting pregnant. So the problem is not government, it is the parents. So if you become a parent, okay, just know when your girls are at home, she's at risk of getting pregnant. Okay? This is the same statistic that came, and this is the same statistic that I talked about earlier. Okay? Quite unfortunate, okay? In that year, up to 44%. The other one was only 40. So it was actually increasing, okay? And still 30% of them were ended up being induced abortion. Some of them actually, they are miscarried, okay? But in my practice, if I remember very well, is that there's no difference between miscarriage and induced abortion. Okay? All of them come with PV bleeding, vaginal bleeding. Okay? The only thing is, if you're good enough or you're lucky enough, sometimes not even good, lucky enough to get the history that they actually intended to terminate the pregnancy. Or if you ask if the pregnancy was wanted. Okay? But also remember, some wanted pregnancies also become unwanted. Especially if they start bastardizing the man. Okay? If the man become a bastard, okay? We call it bastardizing the man. Okay? And then the very wanted pregnancy become unwanted. Okay? But if you are healthcare providers, if a woman comes to you and with PV bleeding, treat it as abortion. Okay? Abortion here does not mean intended termination of pregnancy. Okay? Abortion is probably an English word, means something as what? Has been aborted. Abort the mission. Stop the mission. Isn't it? So abortion means, sometimes you want to call it miscarriage, it's okay. Okay? But the medical word is abortion. Okay? This abortion can be spontaneous abortion, which is a miscarriage, or it can be an induced abortion. Okay? So whatever the case, don't start investigating like you are a police officer. Okay? Maternal death, 2017, 2018, 5.3% were because of abortion. And trust me, most of the abortion that cause death, they are actually induced. They have perforated the uterus. Okay? They have left product of conception that got infected, okay? They have caused problem and then the bleeding is too much, okay? Most of them is because of that. Teenage pregnancy is very common, okay? And we need to appreciate that teenage pregnancy as actually hit the country. This is a recent data, 2020, 2022, okay? And Busoga region is actually the one with the highest rates of teenage pregnancy, okay? 1 in 4 girls across the country either has a child or is pregnant. And that's a big number. 1 in 4, that's 25%. Isn't it? That's a big number. The problem is you don't see them. Okay? So the key message here is that access to a variety of contraception is important for individuals to make informed decisions about their reproductive health, and then plan their family accordingly. Okay? And this looks at different circumstances. Okay? The unmet need of contraception can lead to a number of unintended pregnancies, and this unintended pregnancy is the primary driver to maternal death. Okay? So if we can reduce that by providing as much options as possible, is very key. The marginalized community, the people who are poor, I talked about this, okay, are the ones that are always affected. Okay? So we need to appreciate that contraception is very key in promoting gender equality. Okay? And then we need to reduce, we should actually avoid reducing family planning as a commodity. It is not a commodity, it involves a lot of other things, okay? And even if the healthcare providers providing these services, we need to appreciate that it is more than that. And I'm happy that DKT, besides providing the commodities, they're actually doing a lot of support. in terms of value clarification, in terms of supporting the skills, in terms of supporting the attitudes, training, changing attitudes of the healthcare providers, and in terms of organizing such kind of event. Otherwise, I thank you so much. I thank the DK team. I thank the audience for giving me this time. I am sorry it had gone beyond time. Thank you once again.
Because this projector now has no use. Moving forward, we shall just be having our first panel discussion, then the next one. So in the panel, we are going to have a mixture of 2 people from the district, 1 person from civil society. Musa, you're giving us the lady? We want the lady. We want the lady. So I need to have 2 people from the district. I need the lady. I need Geoffrey. Then from the, I think we need a public health person, because the implications of unmet need from a public health perspective, because it's from the public health perspective that we start getting the evidence for policy change. Is it okay? It's not. Okay, so which one? Is it okay for me to pick one of you? Okay. So I need to, all of you, by the way. Yes. So how do we sit? I want the panelists to face the other side. So they have told me that after this PowerPoint, we can change the, here, close that, then we can put the panelists here, and then we can do that. So let's switch a bit. You can actually switch your table here. We no longer need the, so I'll need this table. But you can keep these seats.
Thank you so much for that question. I'm going to answer your question according to what is currently happening in all our facilities.
Yes.
I'm very proud of Gulu District Local Government because Gulu has been a mother of all these 9 districts of Acholi before city came in last. We are having all health center 3s, health center 4, and even health center 2. We are really blessed with the midwives. And these midwives have been trained by Ministry of Health to offer quality services to our beneficiaries. And we have so many implementing partners that has also helped to build the capacity of our health workers and also to restock our commodities in the district. Before this new 1 warehouse, 1 facility delivery of commodities. And as I stated earlier on, Dr. Pebalo and his team with this local maternity is really helping a lot in managing the needs of our people of Gulu and Acholi sub-region at large. This stock out of commodities, it has been agreed by Ministry of Health because health center 2s don't order for the supplies from the Ministry of Health. They have a push system. But health center 3s and health center 4, they always order these supplies on quarterly basis. And the supplies at times delays from the supplier, that is Ministry of Health, through National Medical Stores. And we thank our implementing partners. Before this new policy of 1 warehouse, 1 facility, they were also getting supplies from joint medical stores. And with that, all facilities that may run out of a particular commodity, because as we are promoting the LAC method for our young people, because it has little side effects. So we could really reallocate this commodity from 1 facility to the other one with the proper documentation. That has been agreed by Ministry of Health. And we also have our regional supervisors that are based in Gulu Hospital, Gulu Regional Referral Hospital. In case we have any shortage, we always call for help from them. And they also look out in our neighboring districts to pull in that commodity that is lacking in our district because they are on demand. So that is basically how we are trying to close the gap in commodity supply chain. And also our implementing partners are also supporting local government, because without other implementing partners, local government alone could not really manage all this magnitude of service delivery in the region. So that partnership also closed the gap of family planning, commodities, capacity building of our health workers, and also creating demand in the community by doing community outreaches and also doing community dialogue to engage them so that they know the benefit of this family planning services in all the catchment area in Gulu District Local Government. That is the brief I could give as government of Gulu District. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Nera, and I think your immediate colleague is a midwife.
Yeah.
So they say family planning is a personal decision, and people should not be coerced. When you look at the statistics shared by Dr. Pebalo, one of the things you see is that there is a young group of people who have a high unmet need for family planning. We also know that sexuality education has not taken off. So as somebody who is at the front line, what is it that you're doing for the young people who are sexually active and who may need access to family planning?
Okay, thank you so much. I'm a midwife, a young midwife who works with youth, especially in our area. They prefer me to go and work with them especially those young girls who are in the groups. So family planning they said is illegal, and the partner has to be there for the person. But there are a lot of women, schoolgirls, who are coming alone. Of course, we know when you send them back home, they will go and get pregnant, they come back with unwanted pregnancy. And it is the very midwife who have refused, who will be again a burden to her to work on those abortions. So for us, as long as the woman has come, she needs contraceptives with her own reason, we don't refuse them. We always give them, even though without the consent of the partner. Of course, we always also educate them, as Doctor has said. He has ever said when I'm there. So that is also my words. I will always tell them when we are discharging them, or maybe when we are in a community dialogue, we always tell them there is no man who have died of maternal death, as Doctor has said. So as a woman, you have to decide by yourself, and frequent delivery, we know the frequency and our mothers are dying. So most of them, they come for family planning. Then about the men involving in the family planning, we also go. When you talk to them, there are others who bring their women by themselves, beside those one who comes alone. I remember we had also one of the dialogue in a deepest village, whereby men, we went with our elder sister. Men were also complaining on women, not telling them. Then women were also complaining why they are not telling men. So after that one, we covered that, and people from that side, most of them, they go with their partners. And one who came and said for him, he want to replace the methods, because the woman has already, the family plan, the implant has expired, so he doesn't want to deliver. And he was the very one again who was teaching other men. So when you also talk to them very well, they understand. And for the schoolgirls, I know they always come very many, especially those one who are in boarding school. We don't deny them. We give them even the access of abortion. We always give them, though it is not legal. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we need to tie that with what is happening in the university medical center. Because most girls, actually, when they come to university, they get freedom. And like Dr. Pevalo said, there are different reasons for having sex. Some of which it's just pleasure, some it's transactional, some it's just to return a favor. And favors come in different ways. So Dr. Bukem, yes, family planning access at university level. What is happening and what is it that we need to do to ensure that our young girls don't end their careers early?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, fellow panelists. University students, especially the female students, are in that category of the highly active sexually reproducing young adults by the design of their age group. Most of them come to university. The youngest I've recorded at the medical unit was 18 years. And the oldest, there is no limit. Even those who are 50, 60 years, being a university. So the burden of unplanned pregnancies among these young people is really very big. And every day, when I'm in that small room, I have a case of a young mother who comes, either is pregnant, either had unsafe abortion, is having issues of dealing with that baby who was not planned, or this young mother got pregnant and is not okay with the young father, who is most times actually a fellow student. So sometimes it's a difficult decision. And as a university, we treat these as adults. These are people who are above 18 years. So the power of choice is still within their hands. They make a decision when to have sex, who to have sex with, when to have a baby. And they are not like children who you can police around and tell them, please don't engage in sex, don't do this. No. These are completely free adults who do whatever they wish at their own time. Now, to cater for this, just as the Ministry of Health has the program for planned deliveries, planned pregnancies, also the University Health Center has the same program. We have comprehensive sexual reproductive health services. And our students are free to ask for any method of their choice. Any method. I have a stock of emergency pills in my office there, and sometimes they are not picked. They are free of charge. I have the long-term methods, the implantables, the IUDs, they are there. I have the pills, the only ones which usually get over the combined pills because the consumption goes outside normal family planning. But these progesterone-only pills are in plenty at the unit. I do injectables, they are there, Cyanopress, and Depo-Provera, the one of 1 month and 3 months. They are all available in the university. Majority of this is not bought by the university directly. It is largely supplied by our implementing partners on family planning. We pick from reproductive health, they give us supplies. The district Gulu City Health Office, in the normal push system of NMS, they give us a few pieces of pills. Then sometimes we run to nearby health centers, Laro, Laibi, Ayue, Awach. They usually give us replenishment of these family planning methods. So our students are really serviced with this. The only issue is them to decide to take it up or not. But as I finalize with that point, it is very sad. This morning I had to, before I came here, I had a student, first year student, who was carrying a second pregnancy. The pregnancy is now at about 7 months. And her previous pregnancy was delivered by cesarean section. Now this young student, the young child, is 1 year and about 6 to 7 months. So I think my senior Febalo is already seeing, I don't want to use the other language, a business. If it's a business, that is already a cesarean section, because you are having a fresh what? It's a fresh scar to us as medical people. But it's a first year, has a hard course, he has to combine that. He's carrying a baby. She's most likely going to get a second cesarean section. You get it? And I was discussing, at you. So we take time to talk to them about family planning. And you can see, these I see them every day. There's even one who came a month ago, and for her, the young baby was 9 months. And now she was carrying a baby, a pregnancy of 3 months. So you can see. So the issue of availability of these methods is not the problem. The problem is empowering these young people to take up these what? These methods. They are available. And perhaps we need to tackle the issue of male partner involvement. I think that's something which is not well sounded in all these discussions of family planning. I'm doing a research on family planning, especially emergency contraception, and my supervisor is right here. But one thing I'm finding in most of the research, that part of male partner involvement has been left silent by even all promoters. Yet the boyfriend or the husband has a bigger decision on acceptability of a family planning method by the female person. If I want us to use a condom, I'll tell the lady we are going to use a what? A condom. She will accept it. If I want her to take an emergency pill, I will buy it, and on the day we are going to enjoy sex, the thing will be there on the table. She will most likely take it up. If I want us to plan for having a child when we want, maybe long as boyfriend, girlfriend at university, I can ask my girlfriend, we go for injector plan or a 3-year method which can take us through the course. So I think much as we said, we don't have a male-related family planning method. We might have to do some more effort in empowering the males to support the females to take up these methods. But the issue of unsafe abortions and unwanted pregnancies is a very big issue among the university students. And my appeal to them is to come for these methods. They are available. I have my staff there, about 3. Where are they? Please. Those, stand up. Yes. There is another one who went away, and there is another senior to them. They give these methods for free. And the methods are available. For condoms, I have over 30,000 condoms available. 30,000. And I always give them, I put them free anywhere where I'm not even seeing them. And I put the word pick, don't ask. So I've always encouraged them to pick. They all have my number. Whoever needs separately can always inbox me, and I give them a free box. So that's our stand as a university, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I think now I'll move to Dr. Pebalo. One of the things about access to contraceptive use essentially is, one, the fear of the unknown. There are people out there who just fear contraceptives. Secondly, is when I come to the facility, there is what we call, people don't comprehend information. You give me information, I comprehend it differently. So that also determines whether I make a correct decision or an incorrect decision. So as a gynecologist, what message would you tell aspiring mothers here, aspiring fathers, and people who are sexually active in terms of correct information as a tool for ensuring correct use and consistent access to family planning? Because without that, we can talk, but people will have their different perspectives.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think this is an interesting one based on the fact that we have a lot of misconception around family planning, and we have also a lot of theories about family planning. Normally these theories come from people who are not even have knowledge about the family planning method. They have not had even experience about the family planning method. And they keep preaching, and they preach it so well that you get convinced. Actually, they recruit you into, become part of the system, spreading the gospel. And you don't know what you're spreading about, but you get so convinced. For my practice, normally when someone comes with a theory or a false theory or a belief about a particular method or something like that, the primary thing I do is I tell them it is important to know that the person who told you did not even go to school to study the contraception. So at your level, if you can get convinced with that information, then I think it will be hard. Okay? And I try to explain to you that everything has a side effect. besides the side effects, it has also a beneficial effect. So don't treat the side effects with beneficial effect. And sometimes I give some analogy that will actually neutralize their thinking. The bigger problem with the barriers related to a choice and then is because most people come with their favorite methods. And the favorite method is because the method has worked for their sister. It has worked for their workmate. It has worked for their neighbor. Okay? And then they buy in. And then they come with this, they're actually only on that. Or if a particular method has not worked for someone, and probably it has not worked for their neighbor or their friends or whatever, they actually try to develop hatred to this. But the main barriers around myth and misconception about family planning is actually with us, the healthcare providers. It is very absurd to hear someone who has rotated in a family planning unit during their training to speak a very negative message. It is quite disheartening. And the message is even unfounded. I had a colleague in Kampala who is a very senior colleague and said he cannot allow his wife to use a family planning method. So do you know how many people women who had gone to that colleague who had been biased by such messages? If you can talk to colleagues like that without even shame, okay? So how was he talking to the other people? So this boils back to our attitude. We need to actually understand that the thing that is killing contraceptive use in most settings, in most clinical environments, is because of poor attitude, poor knowledge, poor attitude, and then providing the contraception that we also feel it is our favorite. If a particular midwife or a nurse is using IUD and it has worked for them, they are more likely going to preach about IUD. They will not talk about the other methods. If they have had issues with they have had maybe bleeding with an injector plan, they are likely going to create a negative image about injector plan. So this boils back that as programmers, we may need to actually look at the attitude of these people. Try to tailor, if you can actually transform the attitude to become a good attitude that can change their behavior, shape their behavior, to provide good information to our clients that present is very key. The other things are the men. Men normally have very negative attitude. And if they have positive attitude, it will be for a particular method. And men do not want their wife to have actually IUD. Because they think someone is going to access their favorite place. So, about IUD is a problem. Yet, these are long-acting methods that actually helps a lot, okay? To reduce the unmet needs, okay? The other thing that also come out clearly is if we can actually include the unmet needs of contraception around the postpartum period, around the abortion period, if someone has actually lost a pregnancy, that's the perfect time to provide contraception. The beauty is that when someone has delivered, they are in the hospital. They don't need to come. For someone to come to a hospital, it takes them a lot of mental energy to prepare that I am going to get a contraceptive method. Okay? But this one here, a system has already brought them nearer. Okay? So maybe to improve these services, we may need to look at how we can actually reduce the unmet need of postpartum and then the post-abortion contraception. And that probably will actually narrow the gap of contraception. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think from here, they say in Africa, if it doesn't happen in the community, that it will not happen anywhere. And Professor Maswa keeps saying that diseases are created at home. You only come to the hospital
For a few repairs, it's like servicing a car. So if you get sick, it means that there's something at home that's not happening. So from a community health rights network perspective, what is it that men who have not gone to school, who don't speak English, women who cannot read, and young girls who are out of school but sexually active, what is it that we can do for them such that they can get the same service as people who are educated and people who speak English like that? Because Dr. Peparo said the law works for them against the poor. Okay?
Yes. Thank you so much. When you go to the communities, it is a bit different from the clinic setting, completely different. How? The misconceptions there are way too many, whereby someone tells you, if you get the family planning, you're not going to deliver. So yes, they are not educated, they do not have the information, they are not aware. So what are we doing us as the people who reach the communities? One, we sensitize these people because they need to know what family planning is. They need to know what it is doing for them and what are the benefits. Like they said earlier on, you plan your family. So when you reach in the community and you tell a person, have you ever heard about family planning? So the first thing that comes into their mind is, okay, so these people do not want us to conceive. That is the first thing that comes into their mind. So we have to change their minds, and that is exactly what we are doing. We talk to these people, we sensitize them, we educate them so that they know what family planning is, they know what the advantages are for them, for their children, so that they are able to provide that space between the first child and the second, so that this first child can get all the benefits that they can get in this world. I mean, who would want to have their kid not going to school? No one. Everyone would want them to go to school. So if you bring it in this perspective of, look, this is what we are having, but we want this child also to be like someone who has gone to school. And what is going to help us to do that? If we space these children, if we give them the opportunity to grow, then that means it is going to also give you the time to do what? To look for the money, to concentrate on, look for this, look for that, and help the child go to school. And also, in addition to that, in the communities, the men are completely not involved when it comes to family planning. There is a case we had where a man had to cut in the arm to remove the implant with a knife, to remove it, because they do not want the woman to be on what? On family planning. So what do these women do when they are there? That is why you'll find that the uptake of injections is way high than these other family planning methods. Reason being, if I run where these people are offering the service and I get the injection, my husband will not know. You get? So my husband is not going to find out. So what are we doing? We also involve the men when it comes to these family planning services. They have so many myths about them because they believe if my woman goes into family planning, they are not going to deliver. And me, in my culture, I know we are supposed to be having 10 children or something like that. So we involve the men as well so that they come into the what? Into family planning. When it comes to the children or the young age, 15, 16, we reach them in schools. Because that is much easier. When there are very many, they give out their ideas. They tell you, someone comes up and tells you, but you see, they told us family planning is not good. So this gives you the opportunity to talk to them so that they know what family planning is. They know what they are supposed to use. Tell them, look, you can use a condom. It is going to protect you here and there. Because we know they're in the reproductive age. So they are going to play sex either way, whether we want it or not. Only that they're going to do it in a hidden way where we are not. So we have to talk to them. We go out there, tell them, look, this is what we have, but you can protect yourself. How? Use a condom. We have other family planning methods so that we prevent having unwanted pregnancies. Because what is going to happen when you get the pregnancy that we do not want, at the end of the day, it is going to be abortion. And the kind of abortion that is done in the communities, it is not the one you would want, because they're going to use the herbs, and whatever happens after that, it is beyond what we could ever imagine. So those are some of the things that we are doing out in the communities. We sensitize them, we educate, we provide the services. Yes, thank you so much.
Has a toll-free line.
Yes, Coherinet as well has a toll-free line, and this toll-free line helps the women or the men, the girls, the children, everyone to be able to say out their views, say out their whatever is in their heart. Reason being why we have this toll-free, it is not for pay. It's just you, like the word says, toll-free. You call and talk to the health provider, talk to someone, because there are some of the things that some people do not want to say out in public, because we are all there. Some people are ashamed. They're like, how am I going to talk to the health provider like this? So what they do is, let me call the health provider and talk to them when they are not seeing me. So it is easier to give out their views, and we help them in one or another. And this toll-free is very easy to get in the head. I can just read it out very fast. It's very easy. It is 0800-374-374 or 0800-274-274. Thank you so much.
Gabriel, you, of all districts in Acholi, you chose to go to Amuru, run a private clinic. And you know, one of the challenges of running a private clinic is that there's a business, there's a social component. So one of the barriers to access to services is one's inability to pay. So with the kind of clients you have in Amuru, how are you managing to ensure that people access services, but you also don't close as a clinic? Because you're running a business.
Well, thank you, the audience, my fellow panelists. I'm Gabriel. I think pertaining the private fraternity, I think we are doing a great job in the community in ensuring that, because when you go down deep into the community and look through the data of the private facilities, compare with the government facility, I'm not hesitating, but we really far much. Of course, one other thing is the accessibility is much easier compared to the government settings. Pertaining the pricing, I know with the current situation, most of the NGOs, they are moving away from free delivery as well. And that has also made it a little bit tricky. To us, we also want to advocate. In fact, we are advocating. You know, sometimes when you pay for a service, even though 1,000, you own it. And rather than giving someone free service and someone go and... I've ever witnessed a scenario where a woman walked into a facility. I will not be able to mention the partners, but she got the service, the implant from the government setting. I think on reaching home, she changed her mind and come back to the facility, the private facility, and she was asking for it to be removed. That would also, I was trying to analyze some of the things, and that also could be the impact of free delivery, free service. So we also feel like when we give a fair charges, so that for this other service, people own it, and you really know that someone is badly in need of it. I've read somewhere in Busia where women are reusing the condoms, but it's not in the case of Northern. I've never heard of it. But of course, that's also comes with the implication of the free delivery. Of course, now our partners also facing off. So briefly, the charges are not really much. It also depends how you really come, because we need to give the service. Another thing, I think we need to, when you give the right information to someone, and you really explain, and someone really take the what you have said, this person will not hesitate to pay. Averagely, they are not really much because we charge like IUDs 10,000, and this only 5,000 shillings. So they are really good. They are picking up. Sorry. Thank you.
So, one of the pillars of public health is that there is the health promotion component. And in health promotion, you want to ensure that people are given messages that will encourage them to make a decision. And Northern Uganda, like I said earlier, is full of largely people who have a Catholic faith background. As a public health specialist, doctor, how do we structure family planning messages in a context whereby there is a strong religious component which is competing with the scientific messages of family planning? And it has to begin right from the clinic to the community and back to the clinic. When that cycle is not complete, that's when we get people either refusing to take up the method, or they take it and remove it halfway the cycle. So in your experience, what is it that the audience here can benefit from? Or what is it that Gulu University is doing to transform the society? I think that's one of the slogans of Gulu University, socio-economic transformation.
Community.
Yes.
Thank you so much. The slogan is community transformation.
Yes.
What I would like to say is, I know we are in a diversity of diversities. So society is actually here is so diverse, basing on their culture and religion. And when we deal with family planning, we need also to take care of the individual needs and protect their culture as well. I personally, I teach this family planning. Myself, I teach. And I've ever used the methods of family planning, but majorly the natural methods, basing on the fact that I also respect the religious domain in which I am in. And I would say it works very well. It depends, actually, as Dr. Mukemba has put it, male involvement plays a very big role in ensuring that this family planning works, whether it is natural or artificial or modern. Because if we cannot always be relying on women, the woman will try her best. One of these panelists have said, a man coming with a knife to cut or cuts the woman to remove the method. That means there is a disagreement. We have heard stories about these men. It's not only the men who are illiterate, it is even worse with men who are highly educated. They are the ones who are not even allowing the issues of family planning and makes this advocacy for family planning very, very difficult. I've known families, not only family, but families, where there are issues. When you hear they are fighting, it is because of the issues of family planning. And these are highly educated people. Others maybe will be wanting to go abroad for studies, but will make sure he makes the woman pregnant before he goes out. And they have not agreed on that. They had agreed to have a certain size of a family. I've known of one, they have agreed as they're starting their family, they have agreed to have like 4 children. And then all of a sudden the man said, okay, let's have 2 more. They made 6. I want to have a clan. And you find the number is increasing. If she does not agree, he's going to bring another wife. That makes the fear in a family. I've known of a family whereby if the man wants to have sex, he has to use the back view. He said he uses this family planning, but does not use any of these methods of family planning. So he would torture the woman by using the back view, and if he wants to have children, he will use the front view. I think you understand what I'm talking about. So the issue of family planning is really not going to stop today. It's not going to streamline today. It's a process that we need to get involved. We are all stakeholders here. We are all advocates here. And there is no way that we are going to say we are going to end it today. No. It's going to go until it will reach the limit. And I don't know the time when it will reach the limit. We have known of cases whereby women also report that they are always being raped. There is a study which was done, it was noticed that out of the 100% of the women, about 8 are raped every day by their husbands. And they are married. And what do you expect out of that rape? And we all know that sex can be very sweet during that period when the woman is productive. That is the period when the woman is able to get sex sweet. And the man wants it at that particular time. The man will not want the period when the woman is dry. This is known. So, with this, I would say religion plays a big role. It's not that they are saying we go and fill the world. It's not that. Even in the religion, they also teach you, like in the Catholic sector, they also tell you that if you want to have a child, have the child with the right person. Be ready first if you want, and know that being ready means you are ready to take care of that pregnancy. Not alone, but as a couple. But what is happening, we have also known of women who wants to have children for themselves. They time the man and they get pregnant and they disappear from you. So family planning is a very complex situation. We teach family planning. We give the message. The message goes very clear, but what individuals does is the opposite of what the message is talking about. The natural methods of family planning works also very well, depending on the users, and needs high motivation. If you are not motivated to use that method, don't even attempt. Otherwise, you'll end up with the paper law. You need to be highly motivated, and you need to understand each other as a couple. Even these young students who are still young, they can still understand each other. But the problem is when they are together and they want to, because as they say, there are very many needs, reasons why somebody would have sex. What I want to say is the women tend to mature earlier. You gentlemen, you young boys here, I call you boys because some of you don't have families. They say for you to be a man, you should have a family. For you to have sex is for pleasure. But the girlfriend you have gotten is relying on you as the next to be partner. But you see, he's now shaking his head. So when they meet, they will have sex, and for him it's for pleasure. But for the girl, knowing that this is now my boyfriend, we have known each other. Even up to the extent, we have been using condoms, don't you know me? Now we know each other. Why can't we put it aside? In the army, they say you cannot enjoy the sweet with the what? With its cover. So you have to undress the sweet and then you enjoy it. This is the same thing with sex. So it doesn't mean if you are not ready. I think the family planning options are there and in abundance. So whether it is the society talking about it, our grandparents have used family planning and they use their natural, and for them it was lactational amenorrhea. Somebody would breastfeed for 2 years, non-stop. The baby brings the chair, she sits, the baby is breastfeeding. As Pebalo said, for us, as working class, we cannot use those lactational amenorrhea. We even get tired of these babies. When we see them, we want to run away because they will suck until you feel they are tired of it. And we should know they are competing babies. So the older babies always get jealous of these young babies. And that's why things go wrong. So I would say, let's be advocates for family planning. Let's help the person who needs it. Our recent research on the teenage pregnancies, on the emergency contraceptives among the teenagers and the young adults clearly showed the knowledge is there. About 80%, over 80%, they are aware of these emergency contraceptives, but the usage is not there. Someone tells you clearly, yes, I've heard about it. I've heard it, but I cannot use it. Simply because they have said this thing will make your child abnormal. Maybe because the child will not. Very many, those myths are attached with these methods of family planning. But to get these myths out, one person having a disadvantage with the family planning method may not be necessarily the next person having the same outcome of the method. So let us be advocates for one another. Let us embrace the issue of family planning, and we go along that area, and I think we shall succeed in the message. Thank you.
Okay, that's very comprehensive. I think when we talk about harnessing the demographic dividend, one of the things we say is that we need to build capacity of the healthcare workers. We also need to invest in healthcare systems that work. And so, as somebody who works in the university, we know that most times people want to access family planning methods. But also the health workers, their skill set cannot allow them to provide every method. In your experience as a gynecologist and as somebody who works in a teaching institution, where have the institutions dropped the ball? Is it at the training? Is it in service? And how can we retool the health workers to ensure that they are the frontline workers who can provide access to quality family planning methods? Sometimes we talk about market failure. You come to a clinic, somebody tells you, yes, I have IUDs, but I've never inserted one. So that's the market failure at the service delivery point. So as somebody who is at the front line and trains health workers, but also oversees support supervision activities within the region, how best to ensure that the health workers have the right skills, infrastructure, and they are offering services?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Okelo, for the wonderful question. My name is Dr. Jimmy Ope. I'm a gynecologist working at Guru University, Department of Reproductive Health. It is paramount that we are discussing this pertinent topic on family planning because it involves all of us. I would like to announce that family planning, to me, I consider it as a public health concern, simply because we know that we are about 8 billion people in the world, and Uganda is a growing population, over 46 million people now. But when you look at the worldometer, it will be telling us about 48 million people. All this is coupled with the high fertility rate in our country. As we have already been told, that the fertility rate is still high, and it is about, it is 5.2%. It's still very high. So expect that each woman would wish to have about 6 children, because you cannot have half of it, or less than just that. And there is still a high maternal mortality rate in our country. Much as we have done a lot of work over the past few years the maternal mortality rate has reduced from 336 deaths per 1,000 live births to 189. As of the recent Uganda Health Demographic Surveys of 2022, we are privileged to have this now reduced, but it's still not according to the expected maternal deaths that we want. Of course, we are gearing towards having 70 maternal deaths per 1,000 live births by 2030, so we may still be very far away. We need to look at how many years remaining for us to get to that. And many of the cases of these maternal deaths are caused by abortion-related and its complication. And we know very well that when abortion occurs, and most of the cases of abortion are intended, as we have been told already, so they didn't want, but they were also not using the methods to help them not to get pregnant. So this caused an alarm to us. So as a person working at an institution that provides training and guidance and mentorship to colleagues, to medical students, they are the upcoming healthcare workers. So there are a lot of things that we have been doing, but of course we target many parameters. Of course, from the public health perspective, we want to see that primary initiatives are instituted, secondary initiatives are instituted, and also the tertiary form. I'm bringing this because I think it is very important for the students here also involved to understand this perspective. But what are we doing so far? We're doing training. We're doing a lot of training, and one of the core subject which has been included in the curriculum of all the medical students is on sexual reproductive health. At the Department of Reproductive Health, which is headed by Dr. Pebble Francis here, we do a lot of training in the department. So the training at different levels, of course, we train students at the level year 3 and also year 5 when they're rotating out in our department. So we do train at different points. For example, what trainings involve also part of family planning, and also in the outpatient department where most of us have been involved. We also do lecturing of these students, give them lectures on issues to do with sexual reproductive health, including the family planning aspect of it, which I think they really do appreciate. These are all geared to increase knowledge on family planning, and therefore give them a range of varieties to explain when they qualify from the institution, so that they are able to give our clients out there, our community members, the different range of family planning methods that exist, so that they have the ability to choose the method of their choice. The other thing that we actually do is, of course, mentorship, go in hand in hand with training and supervision. As an institution, as a university, many times we have been sent out to provide continuous mentorship to lower health facilities within our region here. This is still to strengthen training and to bring in new initiatives or new ideas or new innovations in family planning to ensure that the staff within the region get empowered even more to make sure they provide the wider range of family planning. Now, as specialists in the institution, we don't stop at that. We also do a lot of policy advocacy to make sure that the policymakers, of course, it is decided at a higher level, but we provide evidence to ensure that they're able to make the right decision, especially on ways of increasing access to family planning. How do we do this? We do a lot of research at the institution, at the university, and many people have done so many research activities. These, if they are used by the policymakers, can help them make an informed decision to increase access on family planning. For example, like my sister has already mentioned, that they did a research on family planning among the young girls, the adolescents, and got interesting findings, and many other people who have done it. These are done in order to improve decision-making at the policy level. And I think this has actually strengthened the protocol that you see always come out, and also the guidelines to enable our healthcare workers in the field and those who are still learning, like the medical students, to get up to date with the available initiatives that are there in place. Now, at the Department of Reproductive Health at the university, we have a lot of things that are taking place, projects and all that. we are privileged that we try to strengthen the department and the university as a whole by ensuring that the Department of Reproductive Health bring in new ideas. For example, simulation training. We have a well-established simulation lab with the trainers who are actually available here. Initially, they introduce themselves and ourselves at the department to ensure that we provide real-life training of the students before they go on to touch the patients themselves, to ensure that they don't make mistakes when they are really providing. We are able to demonstrate how to insert intrauterine copper device for a family planning method. We also been able to demonstrate how to insert implant on all those methods of family planning. We have been able to demonstrate to them, and they are able now to demonstrate to them confidently. And this actually enhances utilization by the community members. And this is actually happening at the department in reproductive health. Now, we did not stop at that because we realized that if we only stop at training the people and then we expect the service to be provided, that will not be enough. We went further to provide training on how we can change the attitude of our people. Start with our own, the medical students' attitude. We start with the staffs of the university, the staff of the different teaching hospitals that we have, St. Mary's Hospital, Lacho, and Gulu Regional Referral, and also other healthcare workers within the region. Maybe what we are remaining with is also to conduct that similar kind of training to other stakeholders. For example, the religious leaders, the political leaders, and other stakeholders like the LCs at a lower level, and also the clan leaders. They are all stakeholders in improving access because they have different beliefs and myths towards these family planning methods that we are actually advocating for today. So, VCAT, value clarification training is actually very, very important. Value clarification and attitude training is actually very important to transform our attitudes towards this, what we are talking about. Because once we speak the same voice, even the policymakers will actually respect. Even the community will believe in us more. So we think if this is done, but we know that with your initiative and as an international organization, you are able to support this kind of initiative to help us train more people on ground to ensure that this actually improves. Now, as a university, we have people who are devoted to actually increase awareness of community. We realize that if we train people at the institution, at the university alone, that would not be enough. Why don't we scale out to the community, as our slogan say, for community transformation? What we have been doing rigorously also with colleagues and staff of the
then they will go back and just die. So, ladies and gentlemen,
Chair, Mr. Carroll, before we close,
yes,
I think there is something we need to make a bit more clear.
Yes.
There is a general thinking among the community, and especially young people, that when we talk about family planning, we are talking about the pills, the injector plan, the IUDs. They forget that even condom use is a family planning what? Method. And the many methods that Dr. Florence talked about, the natural methods, the calendar methods, it's a family planning method that most of you call the safe days, not so? It's a family planning method. Then the snipers, the young boys, like using the withdrawal. They make themselves heroes of withdrawal. That for me, I don't trust me. I just... Then you start hearing them saying, how can you stop a running engine? Then when she says, I missed my periods, they start saying, how? So even those are regarded as family planning methods or contraceptives. But they are generally very unreliable. Like you have heard, you can't stop a running what? Engine. At the time when both of you are reaching the climax of enjoyment, now you start telling the man, please remove that thing. She might even ask you to push it harder. So in the process, you get unintended what? Pregnancy. But for ladies, if you have challenges dealing with safe days, we can teach you. Dr. Pebal here, Dr. Pe here are running a full sexual reproductive health department in Faculty of Medicine. You can be taught. Come to me anytime, we shall teach you. But it has its own limitations. That's why we don't always recommend it. We usually sometimes leave it for the married people. Because if the baby comes, things have not worked, you are married people, you see how to handle. But you young people, you either take up these modern methods, the sure ways, or you abstain. Is the best way to be sure that you won't get pregnant when you abstain. So I felt that is something that needed to be clarified to young people, that condom use, largely it has been talked of about preventing what? HIV, preventing pregnancy, but I also don't know it is a family planning what? Method, if correctly and rightly used. The safe days method or calendar method, the withdrawals, those are the traditional methods our parents used to use. And they are still functional, like Mama Florence noted, that in the Catholic Church, it is the order of the day. There is a conference, a training I'm attending at, I was attending at Kakanyero, and we're talking about sexual practices among the special groups, the vulnerable groups, the key population is the sex workers, border borders, and what. And yesterday I go to learn. I will acknowledge my ignorance that Lacho Hospital doesn't promote family planning because it is Catholic what? Best. So there are those methods which you want to go and ask in this. So you have to go live or natural. So we have to teach you these natural methods of what? Family planning. So it was something that I learned and I was like, ah! So religion, apart from the male sex partner, religion is something that has been left behind. Unfortunately, some of these, I sometimes call them Pharisees.
curriculum, what they call fertility awareness methods, and they train caddies, priests, and many other people. So when you go to train caddies, Muslim leaders, Catholics, and what, there's a whole curriculum that was developed by UNFPA called fertility awareness methods, and you're taught how to preach that gospel. So it is something you will appreciate maybe in another forum, but for now we are bringing this session to an end, and so we are ready for lunch. Jado? 20? So the gallery can ask questions. I'm going to open questions. So if you have a question, a concern, a myth, a rumor that you've heard, the experts are here. First, I encourage the ladies to ask questions. Then the men. Actually, the men, you need to ask questions. Because some of you are going to make mistakes thinking that the cycle is static. She always gets herpes on 20th, so it is 20th. The cycle moves.
Methods of family planning. And I think that one is very key. What they are doing is also very key. So for them, they give you all the options for the natural methods. And if you think it is not possible for you, you have the choice to go and access the modern method of family planning, which will be available everywhere. The only thing is that people fear to walk into those family planning clinics. And that is why Dr. Mukeme is saying he has over 30,000 condoms. The students fear to go and access those things because they fear that maybe somebody is looking at them going to access. But I want to say, Dr. Mukembo, you can put them in their loose where they are. Like when you come to medicine, put a full, maybe 10 boxes there and come after a week to see if you are going to get it. You'll not even get any one of them. So I think they should put them in access points. If you are going to wait for them in the clinic, you are going to get very few who will turn up for those services.
Okay. So again, there's this on both the modern family planning methods and even things as simple as condoms. If I got 2,000 shillings or 5,000 and I gave to the men, go and buy a condom in town and come back. Some of you are going to come back at 8 years.
Yes.
You're going to enter the shop, come out. You see some of them come out. You serve them and you're fearing to buy a condom. So that's the same thing with other family planning methods. The young girl will enter and try to tell the nurse if I deal with them. She's not free to talk about the family planning. So I need some questions, concerns, myths, or even experiences. Yes. You can direct any of the partners.
Good afternoon to the team.
Yes.
I want to go in the direction of Dr. Mukembo, and I think his colleague that supported male involvement. Whereas you may want to empower ladies or women to actually take individual decisions in matters of family planning, it is important to understand that you cannot make a family as a person. The family is a partnership between the male and the female. So the involvement of each of these in the decision making is always important. In a way, I'm trying to say that let us devise means of tailoring our information to make the men appreciate the value of family planning. Because you are saying that no man has died of maternal death, right? But then we are getting issues where females, women, are dying or are suffering from domestic violence. A lady is going to take a decision without involving a man, and after the man finds out, you will see that violence will be at these homes. So, death, whether it is caused by maternal or domestic violence, remains death. So we must make strides in ensuring that we avoid this sort of death in either way we can actually manage that. But also too, how about someone being okay with producing a given number of children that they want, for as long as they can manage them? Because when we give information that you should give birth to few kids, for example, at my point of view, I may find that as a little bit misleading if you don't put a statement that for as long as you can afford the certain number of children that you want. Because you may want 2, someone may want 6, but when they can actually afford the 6. You may be against the 6, but when someone can actually afford the 6. So I think if we tailor our message in that sort of direction, it will help us going forward. Thank you so much.
So is that a comment or
Thank you very much, DKT, for the program. Yeah, I'm really humbled for this program. Indeed, sex is great, and it is free for people. But my question is, and it goes to Dr. Pebaro, you have talked of each and every kind of family planning, but you haven't told us and informed us, you haven't explained the effects, the side effects of the family planning methods. And during sensitization, I think people should be aware of such side effects. So I need an explanation for that. Thank you.
Okay, you can tie this with the lady and then this one, then we answer them at once. Yes.
Thank you so much, moderator. My question goes to the lady from Coherinet something. She was talking about sensitization to the young children, those that are 15 and below. So she talked about how they tell them the methods to use and what not. And then I come to what Mama was talking about, like religion and something. So my question is that, are we now encouraging the young children to involve into sexuality because we have the remedies for it, or where does that leave the ethical rules, morality, and religion? Thank you.
And here, and one more.
Yeah, so just to mention something small about that, I said I'm also practicing. I'm a clinician who practices at Health Center 3 in Bale. And that is always the argument when we talk about family planning. People tend to refer to the morals, the religion, and they forget about reality. I in 2018, seated in the Mary Stopes consultation room in Barara, a pastor came in with one of his sheep, who was a young lady, a university student. And this is a girl who had stopped using family planning 6 months ago because she had irregular bleeding, and now she was pregnant. Unfortunately, she was here with us with a pregnancy of about 5 months, and she wanted assistance. Now, that history really tells a lot about whatever they have been discussing. Brings in her aspect of view and us appreciating reality and allowing the children to be taught. So going to my questions or inquiries, I have one for Sister Anne, one for the midwife, Dr. Mukembo, and lastly Dr. Pebalo. One for Sister Anne is that I remember there was a rollout of the youth corners as an innovation by the Ministry of Health. And including my facility, we were one of those who were awarded this opportunity to implement this channel. But over time, the youth corners have disappeared. And at first it was really working for the youths in terms of access to services and more so family planning. But because of its lack of maintenance, funding, it has really disappeared. For sure, if you look at the facilities which were given an opportunity to have this channel, very few are still practicing this. And these were opportunities where young people would come and access services without being ashamed, without being embarrassed, without being looked at, because they were in a cohort of their own age group. So how far have we gone that? To the midwife, you talked of outreaches, but basically for me, with my experience of outreaches are not really working because we have been implementing outreaches for so long. The reason why I'm saying this is that in around 2017, I was part of a study in Mityana and Kasanda, where we're piloting a project called Doctor at a Distance. And this project was aimed at empowering the VHTs, which are our first level implementation, to be able to give out short-term family planning methods. Because we believed that VHTs are more nearer to the people, are easily accessible, and if trained on short-term family planning, because I mean, family planning is not rocket science, it's basic knowledge. Even me who was not going to medical school, I can really convince you, I can talk about family planning. And you get the gospel and receive the method. So why not empower VHTs? And this also partly goes to Sister Anne. Why are we ignoring the channel that we have readily available of the VHTs? Because it worked out for us in Mityana that we improved uptake on family planning in that project, and the VHTs up to now are still empowered, they are still giving family planning. So why not use this channel to bridge up the gap of access of family planning? To Dr. Mukembo, I think from your communication, the issue was systemic access. We have a lot in stock, and actually this is a systemic problem, not just in the university clinic, but also in other facilities. We have a lot, but there is a gap between, we know that there is the unmet need, there is demand, the resources are there, but the linkage to have access to these has really failed us as administration, as the Ministry of Health, as the resource. How do we improve the access of students walking to the facility? Or perhaps even having access to the family planning methods where they are in their dormitories. I think these are innovations that we need to think about outside of the box to move away from the traditional way of facility-based services, walking to the facility, because I mean, I don't want people to see me going to the facility all the time. But family planning is something that can be offered to me where I am comfortably and safely, isn't it? So we should think of innovations of one, getting the family planning methods and the services to the students in an innovative way. But also too, with Dr. Pebala and Dr. Peia, I think it is time that we also incorporated the family planning or reproductive health trainings and sensitization into other courses, not only limited to medicine. Okay? We very much appreciate that medicine is part, we are well informed. But how about our sisters who are here, who are doing education, who are doing a bachelor's of sciences, do they have sessions to talk about reproductive health that they're informed? Because one fact that I realized is that, as some presenters already mentioned, is that most people who actually hate, who dislike family planning, are they educated? Because they are not aware, they're not informed. So are there possibilities of incorporating in the curriculums these sessions of reproductive health? And then lastly, I think, from my experience, I realized that even the name family planning has created a challenge, a hindrance in accessing family planning. Most young people think when you talk about family planning, it's made for people who have families. Perhaps we should think at renaming this service to suit the young people. Because most of them will tell you, I'm not looking at having a family, and I think family planning is for people who have families. Perhaps we should think of renaming this to make it more palatable. And then lastly, to Dr. Pebalo, you talked about key populations. I'm an advocate of key populations, and this is stemming from a study I was involved in Busia of female sexual workers, where not a lot has been done in. I know you published a study with Dr. Bongomin about female sexual workers here and contraceptive use, but it still stands a challenge in other areas in comparison with the business, the sexual business, like for example, Busia. These female sexual workers are not using most of these methods with the access of the services around them. And you find that most of them are having children that they keep piling to these old mothers, they call old mothers, that they keep taking their children to when they are going for the businesses. And you find a nursery of such children from female sexual workers. So I think key populations, for example, female sexual workers, the border riders, who are even partly, who might even be part of us here, because some university students are also doing this business as female sexual workers, should be engaged, because we know there is a direct link from key populations to the general populations. Some of us might be seated here, wholly, but at night we go and pick some of them for use at night. So I think the issue of the key population should be addressed further, and not just talk about it and we end at that. Thank you very much.
There's one last question here, and then we'll answer it.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to share two things. One, it is to add on to what my brother there has communicated. It is true that with family planning methods, it's good for us to escalate the level of information pathing, because sometimes we may have the resources, we have the knowledge, but the consumers of what we are talking about are ignorant of what we are giving out. So one, I want first start that I think maybe as time goes by, if we could try to ensure that the radio talk shows on such programs maybe are increased in various regions and then districts, this would add value into the consumers, because they'll be able to get the knowledge what we are passing. Secondly, I remember the time when we had COVID actively, 2020 and 2021. I could see even SMS, MTN, Airtel, they could give some messages, those short informations. I think this is one of the ways that we can possibly be able to disseminate this information to the people, the consumers. Somehow, when you look at the population, I think out of 5, at least 3 or 4 people have phones, if not all of them. So you find that such ways also can help ensure that the population gets information, because here, the point here is information acquiring or knowledge. Then secondly, I want to comment on the issue of someone has talked about 15 years. It is true, right now, child becomes sexually active as early as even 12 years, even 10. But then, when talk about 18 years, it is true by government that's an aged person who can make an informed decision, but they will be able to actively engage in sexual activities. They should not be left out of information. Therefore, what am I meaning? I think the point here is about sexual education, which is very, very much important. And then maybe if there's a forum where we can engage such age bracket to be taught, whether in schools, whether in a platform, this is necessary. I don't think it's to actively make them to be active in sex, but these are the realities. Sometimes talking the talk is better, the reality. Just like someone echoed about to religion. It's true that yes, the church says maybe may not support certain methods, but in reality, the same church members are the best consumers of those such services. Now, this goes now lastly to Dr. This coming with experience. This particular Dr. Pebalo, maybe you can also add on this one here. With experience, I have noted that when you encourage people to talk more or to take in some of the family planning methods, one may say, I used this particular method, say maybe implant, and then my cycle change from 1 to 2 times a month. So somehow they come asking questions. It's a form that somehow they tend to be discouraged. How do we help such patients or such clients when they come in with such complaints? And then another thing, of course, that comes along with maybe changing the number of days they see the normal cycles. Comes the number of maybe the blood flow increases. Yeah, from what they used to be, they used to take as normal, maybe less than 80 mils to maybe express flow of 2 weeks or 1 week. Those challenges make them to retard their minds into taking the methods. So some of these things we need to be very clear with them. I was experience with one of the patient one time I happened to have a time with. She was engaged into using Depo-Provera for 4 years. And she was then about 16 years. By the time she was making 20 years, and she happened to, during COVID, she got a husband and stayed for 3 years without conceiving. Then the family want to chase her away from home, being married. So, and then they all attributed the factor to what? To family planning. And it has not been easy to counsel such patients. And I want to assume she may not be the only one. So I want us to bring this information positively outside so that when we get such challenges, as we disseminate this information, we are able to help them very well and then try to make it positive in all angles. Because the truth is that this method we are talking about is to help the population. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's start from there. Dr. Pebalo, anyone go like this?
Yeah, thank you so much. I got quite a number of questions, and they're interesting, and then also comments. I'm going to be as brief as possible. I want to start with Depo-Provera causing an issue, maybe causing infertility, the purported infertility. I know some of us are healthcare providers, some are healthcare providers in the making, some are actually policy makers, some are actually healthcare consumers. That means that we consume the health products. It is important that if someone comes with a history of probably using a family planning method, and then problems with getting pregnant, we need to actually dig out what is the other things that can cause infertility. As I said earlier in my presentation, it's clear that some people get infertility even if they don't use family planning. Actually, quite a number of people. Let me tell you the truth. In the African traditional society, in all our cultural practices, we have names of infertility. Okay? These names were actually started long time ago before we even had family planning methods. Should we again talk about family planning methods for any infertility? The answer is no. Okay? We know when you use Depo-Provera for more than 2 years, it may delay your fertility for about a year. Okay? But not for everyone. Okay? We also know that some people who are actually using Depo-Provera get pregnant. Isn't it? While they are using it. Okay? So what is that special character in you or genetic makeup in you that when you're using a particular product, it gives you infertility. But for your neighbor, it allows them to get even fail the contraception. Okay? So such kind of patient, we don't need to sit and say, okay, this is this. If you look very well how you investigate infertility, up to 20% of infertility cases have what they call unexplained infertility. Okay? You can do the best test, all of them, whether you're in high-income country, okay? With your best investigation, 20% of infertile couples, you're not going to find a cause. Okay? So this may be what they call unexplained infertility. You've not even done an hormonal profiles. You've not even checked if their tubes are blocked. Okay? You really talking about a particular method. And the other thing that you need to know is that when someone is using contraception, they don't care about, women fear probably pregnancy more than STDs. Okay? We need to appreciate that. Even men fear pregnancy more than STDs. Okay? That's why most people don't look at it. What is the status? Have you taken PEP? Have you taken emergency pills? Okay? So sometimes during that protection period, 4 years, probably she got an infection and then the tubes got blocked. Maybe she had an underlying anovulatory cycles. Okay? That was there before she even started. Okay? This is someone who had not gotten pregnant. We don't know if she's even okay, if the uterus is okay. We don't know. So at the end of the day, as healthcare providers, as healthcare consumer, if you come with an issue of inability to get pregnant, let us dig down to find out the other cause. Okay? Let us not settle down for... Of course, it can cause cycle changes. And this is part of the things that... There's a study that we're doing in Gulu here about looking at contraceptive counseling. How we counsel. Different ways of counseling, if it can actually change the rates of removal or stopping the methods. We realize that quite a number of people use the method for a short period and then they stop. So we wanted to innovate and see which method of counseling can actually bring the best effect. We hope to come out with that result very soon. I think the team behind it is working on it, and it has interesting findings. So maybe that's where we can actually put a lot of effort. There's a question about sexuality education that we should be able to put this to schools. I want us to go back and put it to our family. Okay? The country has not allowed sexuality education as yet. I know there are draft proposals somewhere there hanging. Okay? If it comes out and then is signed by the president to become a policy document, we will use it at school. But for now, don't talk about school. You're going to get a lot of hardship. Okay? But at the family level, let us talk about this. And this also ties with my sister who asked about teaching young children about sex. Okay? If you don't teach it, they will learn. Whatever they want to learn from it, you don't know. Sometimes these days people have access to smartphones. Okay? And it's very dangerous. Okay? I know the late Honorable Lokodo tried to put a gadget to block what? Pornography from being broadcast within the country. But trust me, Ugandans are one of the smartest people on this planet. Whatever the case, they will get information. And some of the things are actually produced locally here. So you're blocking the one that comes from, but you have the local market within. Okay? So let us teach our children, okay? Let us teach our children what they can do to avoid this, okay? You don't teach them, they are going to experiment it. At least you teach them, if you feel like this, this is what? And the other thing is, let us also get this message clear. We are teaching children first to what? To abstain, okay? To avoid any kind of intimacy, okay? But you should also put a clause if that does not work. In most cases, we believe like we are in a church. Okay, even a church doesn't work, even in a mosque doesn't work that way. That if a pastor tells you, do this, everyone will do it. Okay? We don't put a clause that if it does not work. Okay? If our children become sexually active, even if we are against that, what should they do? Okay? And this is evident by the statistic we presented. I told you teenage pregnancy killed 7 girls in a Choli sub-region. You're looking at only the 7 girls. Okay? For every one teenage pregnancy that has actually, abortion that has killed a mother, there are over 5,000 complications that has occurred in the population. Okay? And this is almost like over 35,000 girls, young girls in this region who actually had problems. Okay? Complications. And some of the complications are so bad. Okay? Maybe they will not get pregnant. The next time they say, in actually sub-region here, they say, the pregnancy that you terminated has cursed you. Let me tell you today, it has not cursed you. Okay? You caused a scarring in your uterus, and it has caused problem to you. Okay? You have actually introduced infection into the tubes. The tubes are blocked. Okay? It is not a curse. It's a physical problem. Okay? That should have been prevented by providing a comprehensive sexuality education. That if I get pregnant, what should I do? Where should I go? Before I get pregnant, I should avoid sex. If I cannot avoid sex, what should I do? So those clauses should actually come all one by one. Yes, radio talk shows and whatnot is very key in this. But let me tell you, we are changing. Our population is changing, and we need to be as more innovative as possible. If I ask these university students, how many of them are actually what? Listening to radio? Almost none. Even a TV. For me, I have a TV set there in my home. I even subscribe, but I don't watch news. Now, people are on WhatsApp. So why don't we innovate around WhatsApp? Okay? For the allied people. People are on TikTok. Why don't you innovate around there? Okay? Because this is an information age. Okay? Everyone can get information from anywhere. Okay? And even in the villages, someone start talking about family planning. If the head of the family does not want people to listen, off. Okay? Because in that is kind of autocracy. Okay? The man is autonomous. Okay? The woman may not say a lot. So we need to, keep population. We think we are actually working underground to make sure that we work on the key population, especially around access on sexual and reproductive health. And in Gulu here, we actually have a system that they are being supplied by commodities in their crevices, in their hotspot points. Okay? There are moonlight clinics that actually supply this. Okay? And even getting services around maybe PED and whatnot, they're being getting there. But one of these studies that came, the dual contraceptive usage is very high among this population. Okay? That means that they're using condoms and another method. Okay? And if we can innovate and bring that up, I think we'll actually have a very good ways of having that. Yes, integrating sexual reproductive health into other curriculum is key. But let me tell you the bottlenecks here. If you have Bachelor of Science in Education, or Bachelor of Science, or Bachelor of Education, Arts in Education, the key people who actually build this curriculum are the deans, the other side. Okay? And the National Council of Higher Education put a ceiling, okay, for each of the things so that it doesn't go beyond certain limits, okay? And then, yes, it is practicable for them, but if we can put it as an addendum that we can run like a block course or something like that, that would work. That may be the innovation. But for us to include it in another curriculum may take some time until we convince the other people who are very difficult to convince. The National Council of Science, I mean the Uganda National Council of Higher Education. It's a very difficult body to. So also, much as I have talked about sex education among the young people, we need to appreciate the statistics. By the way, let me tell you, statistics, even if you want to be moral, statistics will still speak the truth more than your moral. Okay? We remember during COVID-19, we said, COVID doesn't kill Africans. Statistics started speaking. You see your neighbor dying, the commissioner, whatnot. We started losing people. Okay. So that is statistics, okay? Until one day you have someone close to you getting problem with it, that's when you actually wake up. That these things I was speaking about is actually not right. I had my turning point in 2014. I did a surgery. I was called on table to actually, when the surgical team were doing something, for the medical team, they know it's psoas abscess. Psoas is a muscle that comes from the back of the abdomen to the upper limb, to the thighs. Okay? So psoas abscess is when there is abscess inside that muscle. Okay? So the surgical team did a scan and found the psoas abscess, but it wasn't psoas abscess. This young girl was pregnant, 14 years old, P7 student, pupil in some place in Icheme here, which is not far from Gulu here. Came, confused everyone, didn't want to talk about pregnancy, but used a stick to push the baby. She hated the pregnancy so much that they pushed a stick from down there through the cervix. Okay? And unfortunately, the stick broke inside her. So when the surgical team came, open, they found abscess, necrotic uterus. The uterus was getting bad. Okay? So they called me. I was in the gynae ward. I went in, and then we had to remove the uterus. Luckily, she survived, but she survived without a uterus. Okay? Now I ask myself, what caused this? Is it the girl? Is it the traditional birth attendant, I mean the herbalist that pushed the stick? Is it our parents? Is it us, the healthcare providers? Okay? Or the government? So all of us had a bearing in that. Okay? So since then, I changed my mind. I think a girl, whether they want to have sex or not, they should know about it. Okay? They should know about it very well. Yes, contraception has side effects. Whatever you want it has some side effects, but not bad side effects. I normally put a very clear message, okay? The side effects of contraception, whether it is the worst side effects, is better than unintended pregnancy, okay? You get an unintended pregnancy, you actually think, maybe I should have had bleeding, okay? For maybe 1 or 2 weeks it will stop, okay? But you get an unintended pregnancy, you're in the university, you got a scholarship, and then the scholarship people are about to cut you off. What are you doing? Okay? Think about that, okay? Men are not negative. I'm not saying that men should not be involved, my brother, okay? If a man has a positive attitude, it's okay. But if a man is completely negative and does not want to listen, okay? Then you go the other way, okay? Because he's not going to die anyway, okay? Thank you. Sorry I took long.
Okay. Thank you very much, my senior. You didn't just take long, you almost literally answered most of the questions which have been raised, and you've made our work so brief. I just want to supplement with a few observations and notes that when you cross the age of 18 years, in some countries, 16 years. Actually, I think World Health Organization takes 16 years. We no longer categorize you as a baby. We take you as an adult who must make their informed what? Choice. Not even your parent or your father or your mother can decide for you whether you should have sex or not. A man like this, my friend Kasekende, from where? Mpiji. Eh? Now imagine he's from Zimbabwe, almost 400 miles from here. Not 600 miles maybe. Your father doesn't know what you are doing in Gulu. You can decide to quay picture every day. And no one will know. You get that? So, the issue of sex among young people is something which we shouldn't run away from or hide from or even make it, some people make it appear holy. I'm happy these days the church has embraced talking about sex. These days you hear the sermons of bishops and they okay to talk about the word what? Sex. Those days making a word sex in a church or even a mosque, you sent the congregation to start looking at it as what? Immoral. Our tradition itself looks at talking about sex as something. It used to look at that. But slowly, maybe because of a lot of talks, engagements, the community is now trying to make discussions about sex become a normal what? A normal topic. But for the university community environment, like Dr. Pebal noted and Dr. Florence, you are taken as highly educated what? People. I doubt if there is anyone here without a smartphone. But if you ask what you use your smartphone for, 60% of your day, you are WhatsApping and you are vibing, looking for, you are looking for sex, not so. Let's face the devil, not so. When you start vibing, what is the end result? You get this. Yeah? But you can't use the same smartphone to enrich yourself with information about pregnancy control. Are you getting this? And then you stand here hypocritically to say, we don't have information. You get it? But information is available. In this era, a university person should not talk about lack of what? Information. It is too much. Internet made it so easy for you to have it. And we need to applaud the government. For now, maybe, forgive my ignorance, some parts of Uganda may not have these modern methods. But I am overthinking that we have addressed the issue of availability in most of the places. I can assure you, if you visited the Maristop, reproductive health, they are having boxes of these unconsumed what? Products. You come even to the university health unit, I have many of them. But they are not being what? Consumed. So to answer my question of the clinician who was here, of the issue of access, availability has been addressed, the methods are there. Access, I think, has also been partially addressed. The whole issue is you, because it is a user-dependent method. You have to come for it. Mr. Pebalo will not go on the streets advertising that you people come, I have emergency pills, come, I give you for free. You get it? It's a free service which you must come for it. Now that's where the issue of unaddressed factors come in. The myths which we must embrace and talk about. The issues we talked about, male factor involvement. Those are things which we are not paying attention to. But availability has been addressed. So we need to confront the devil. Why are people not utilizing these what? These methods. The issue of utilization is where the problem is. Is it because like my brother noted, we are not involving the husbands? Is it because the methods are deemed causing infertility, as noted here? Is it because of our tradition? Is it because of religion? Those are the factors we should now be what? Addressing. But DKT has addressed the issue of availability. They have a wide range of contraceptives they supply, even emergency pills. The government supplies these for free. Condoms, I'm here for the students here, even in your toilets, the condoms are there, very free. And even in these hotels, if you go to the washrooms, they are there. In the hotel rooms, they are there. But somebody will still go for live wire and leave it there. So what haven't we addressed? And that's the issue I think most of the people who are talking about family planning need now to focus attention on. Those factors that are making people not to consume these what? These methods. Finally, the issue of VHTs. That's a good step in the right direction. And I want to say government is doing the right direction. But in Uganda Medical Association, we are of a view that the country has a large number of well-trained health workers. We have a good number of nurses. Recently, the government laid off recruiting nursing assistants. But some of these have a lot of experience with them. And then you find in villages when they are having VHTs who have never even have a medical what? Background. So Uganda Medical Association recently opined to government. We have very many nurses that have been trained. We have so many jobless nursing assistants, even clinical officers or even doctors, there are many who are jobless. So these lower cadres that can do this work at nursing at a village level, why doesn't the government consider employing maybe 2 or 3 employees in every village? Because if you are going to say you'll have 1 VHT in a village of over 20,000 people, everyone to run there for a pill, it's going to be very what? Difficult. So government should consider taking up these health workers that can offer these services at village level. Because even if you have a border person as a VHT, he may not explain these facts to the user like a health worker would do. So that is one of the appeals that Uganda Medical Association has been making to government. Absorb the redundant health workers, even in those health services at village what? Village level. So on behalf of the University Health Unit, I want to assure you students, the services are available. But the word is they are user what? They are user dependent and user friendly. Come for them. We shall offer them for free and to you anytime you want them. Because sometimes coming to you in the hostels, coming to you in your lecture rooms to tell you about this may be difficult because of other factors. Some of them is human resource. You find you alone on a unit, you can't go to that mile. Sometimes lack of facilitation, funding, government is choking. So telling you about this, bringing you here is one of the best things we are doing to talk to you about these services. Come for them, consume them. Lastly, like Dr. Pebal shared the story of this, was it 14-year-old? During my internship in Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, I faced 2 ugly stories. 2 young ladies, one of 14 years, one of 16 years. They had attempted abortion. The one of 16 years had the first pregnancy, was a habitual aborter. Now the 3rd time she attempted, abortion went south. The one of 14 years was attempting pregnancy for the first time. Now when they got pregnant, the relatives hid this what? These children. One of them, sadly, we realized it was a distant relative who made her what? Pregnant, and the family agreed to what? To abort, and things didn't go well. 14 years, these girls were admitted to referral hospital without blood. They had bled. So we decided to transfuse, but sadly, they had kept them in the village there with local herbs being fixed in their private parts, and they got infected. So they suffered at 14 and 16 years. We operated them and found necrotic wombs. The wombs had become rotten. The simple word I can use for non-medics. We had to remove their what? Wombs. Now that wasn't even enough. After removing their wombs, they were poor to afford the proper care in a government facility. You need antibiotics, which are very what? Expensive. You need utilities, and you know what happens in government facilities. Certain times things are out of what? Stock. These wounds became septic. They spent on the ward close to 3 months each. The wounds became necrotic, were oozing pus. So we cared for the wounds for 3 months. You clean, it becomes a bit better. Next week, it becomes what? Infected. You go back and keep cutting. The medics know you do debridement. So imagine these young girls, one of them left with a wound which had not even covered properly. But it was a sad story to watch on ward. And that's why I want to applaud DKT and other companies which are saying, get pregnant by what? By choice. For me personally, I have a policy. If you are my girlfriend, this is a personal policy. You decide to get pregnant by what? By choice. You don't get pregnant and start telling me stories. You see it was an accident, you see I didn't intend. No. At this age, you don't use such stories. You get that? So let's promote the issue of pregnancy by what? By choice. Thank you.
Okay. The food is cooling. We're going to interrupt this session. Wait. And we go back. Okay.
We say not to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say not to have unsafe abortion.
Actually, a number of evacuation that are done in Lacho now is they're using MVA kits. And we were able to also change the attitude of the team there because we realized the bigger issue is this attitude depends on where you work. If you work in a faith-based hospital, you're likely going to get a problem with someone who comes with incomplete abortion to your center. So we're able to do a lot of changes on attitude transformation to the team in Lacho as well as in the team in the regional referral hospital. We also introduced quality improvement for post-abortion care. And this is to, one, make sure that we capture the data around post-abortion care within Lacho Hospital. We created for them a template of a register that captured this, and it was not there. They used to capture it in a bigger book. Probably it was not probably it was not very clear, but I think we were able to do that. And then, and also they have a QI project that they are running, as well as Regional Referral Hospital. We have a QI project that is running. And the QI project in the Regional Referral Hospital is to integrate family planning as part of the post-abortion care. A woman who comes, they are counseled for both the service that they are getting and as well as the family planning service that they are supposed to get. And I think that has worked. As well as for Lacho, much as they provide the natural method, but we have provision for other centers that can connect. Like Light Ray is not far away from Lacho. It's a private facility. They provide all the modern contraceptive methods. We had found a way of linking most of the patients to Light Ray. But you know the issue, the bottlenecks around referral in the country. You send someone to a particular point, there's no way of actually making sure that they reach there, they go and get distracted. So a number of patients who are referred probably do not reach there. But we are happy that, yes, there's an evidence that is there. Probably in future, if it will allow, if we get grant, we need to create a reproductive health unit for Gulu University just across the road of Lacho there. So that we can just, if a mother needs family planning, can cross over and get the service. That may be the best. Initially, we had thought that we can transfer them direct to Gulu Hospital using a coupon. If we get some funding, we get a coupon, we give it to a border man who can actually keep transferring and use the coupon system to remit them. But I think that may be a little bit tedious, but if we can get something like that. The other thing that we did as a referral, as a sexual reproductive health resource center in Gulu University is to make sure that we provide training. And most of these training are actually VCAT training. We did a number of VCAT training for our health managers, for our lecturers as well, because we believe that this is very important. We also did a VCAT training for the service providers, the midwives, the nurses who are actually at the service point. We did VCAT training for post-abortion. And then we went a wider perspective of doing VCAT training for the whole region. We actually did VCAT training for Choli sub-region and the West Nile sub-region. That means that the midwives, key midwives from each of the districts, in the Choli and the West Nile region were sent here, 3 per district, and each of them were able to work with them to build a project that will actually help to escalate this intervention up to the lower facilities. We are happy to report that as of now, actually all the health center 3s in the sub-region has been covered under this intervention. We were able to do that. The other thing that we did to improve this service is to make sure that we involve a lot of research. Last year we announced about 28 seed grants. Each of them were actually worth up to a total of $5,000. So with our partners in the US, and some of these seed grants actually yielded a lot of information, research and whatnot. And some people already in the process of publication, some people already in the process of writing up the reports. And we had a symposium last month. We had a very beautiful symposium that attracted a number of people, and we think we were using that to disseminate the information. And I think it's something that we may need to think of doing it every time. Of course, we did it with Lira University. Maybe next year we'll go to Lira. This time it was here. So I think that's something that we can actually look at and then make sure that it helps. The other intervention that probably will help to reduce the attitude is that we started dialoguing with the leaders, the district leaders, the chief administrative officer, the DHOs, the RDCs, the LC5. So we normally invite them for a dialogue. Because like teenage pregnancy, these people come when they're pregnant. Could you prevent someone when they come pregnant? Could you prevent their pregnancy? No. The issue is they get pregnant from there, from home. So now we are trying to actually engage those people. Yeah? Like these statistics that I presented, in one of the panel discussions that we had, we just brought the figure. And we would say, these people are already pregnant. What do you think you can do as an individual? Okay? So the dialogue actually helped a lot. One of the dialogue was to bridge the gap between the healthcare providers and then the district leaders. You know, the district leaders only go to the health facilities when there are problems. And when they go there, they're already actually having some bias. Okay? So when they meet elsewhere and we discuss this, it actually helps a lot. And I think one of the things is we've solved a lot of issues around Agago there because of that. So we're able to bring the district leaders, all of them, and then the medical officers were there, and then some of the key midwives, senior midwives were there to actually dialogue between them. And I think that has actually worked. And we believe that maybe if we have resources, we can actually go more and more and more. And then we also have a simulation laboratory where we do training. And these are recordings training, audiovisual simulation. Very, very interesting. And then also we have a recording studio. Sometimes if you believe that a health center may not be able to provide family planning methods very well, I mean the counseling very well, or health information very well, we can have a recording that is done in our studio, and this is played. If you have a free TV in a health center, instead of the TV playing maybe Bollywood or some Nigerian movies or something like that, it should be able to give information. So actually that intervention has worked in our antenatal clinic here, and we have disseminated it in Lamour in 4 health centers. We believe that with the time, with resources, if we get, would actually be going more and more. So those are some of the few things that we're able to do as to bridge the gap. Thank you.
So you can see that the power of training, that knowledge. You first get the knowledge. Once you get knowledge, you go and change the software, which is attitude. Once you change the software, the behaviors start to happen. So I think from that angle, Dr. Kembo would also want to hear, what have you done to ensure that the health workers who work in the University Medical Center, the word is self-examine themselves. In public health, there's a terminology called reflexivity, that you should come and re-examine your inner conflict before you look at other people. So you may be a midwife, you may be a doctor, you're a Catholic, but you must provide services. So what have you done at that level to change the behaviors of the health workers at the medical center of the university to ensure that they do not over-stigmatize would-be FB users, and also, most importantly, the girls who come with either induced abortion, incomplete abortion, or the ones who are really at risk.
Yes, thank you very much once again, Moses. According to World Health Organization, the emphasis is universal access to health care, irrespective of who you are. And in our training as doctors, as health workers, we must offer health care to clients without prejudice or being judgmental. Definitely there is a human instinct because of your culture, because of your tribe, because of who you are. It will always be there. But health workers, we are trained to treat people without involving some of those aspects. And that's why even now, whether somebody is a gay having sex with fellow man, whether is a lesbian, whether is a drug addict, you forget that your religion or personal beliefs conflict with them. You treat them. And these are the social dilemmas we find ourselves in the setting that I am in, where I deal with the students. Still the mindset is with the students. They still have that mindset that they are being judged guilty. But at the University Health Unit, we emphasize and we offer complete post-abortion care. Most importantly, we do not promote abortion, because one, it is illegal. And even from the medical training, every life must be preserved. So for us, we offer you comprehensive post-abortal abortion care. So ladies, there's female students who approach us that they have had an abortion. We take them through the whole package. We give them the antibiotics. They are available. At no cost, we treat them completely. The pain is managed. We talk to them about the need for proper contraception on the next pregnancy, because it's part of the package. So in my practice personally, most of the ladies that come to me, as I give them the post-abortion care, I still, in most cases, we always give them Depo-Provera. They find it a bit convenient. An injection of 3 months, and then you refer them to a family planning focal person. They sit down and discuss how they can now take on a longer-term method. Because some of these are freshers. First year is going to be the university for over 3 years. So you need them to sit them down when the mind is a bit sober, not in that state. Because that state, they are still emotional. They may end up choosing an IUD, which they don't want. They may end up choosing an implant, which they are not ready for. So sometimes we give them commonly a first shot of a brief method for 3 months, and then when the pain is done, the sepsis is covered, and the retained products were removed, everything is done, we schedule appointment with the focal person for contraception. Then we talk to you when your mind is very what? Very sober. And then we offer you a method of your choice for a longer term protection. And our preference is that in such times you come with your partner, your boyfriend, or your husband. But given the nature of the setting, the university setting, most times these female students don't come with their what? With their boyfriends or partners. So we miss that opportunity of involving the male what? The male partner, because they are the same culprits. If you do not talk to them, after a few months, that girl will come back pregnant. Because this person, either what we see, either the guy wanted the pregnancy, but the girl was not ready. So the girl aborts it. Or sometimes the guy didn't want the pregnancy, but the girl wanted the pregnancy. So the guy forces the girl to what? To abort. Others do it quietly. So these are things that I think we need to face, like I hinted on the male factor involvement. But the policy of the university is non-discriminatory. A student should be able to access treatment, whether for sexual reproductive health or other reasons, at any time, at free will. We keep engaging our health workers every now and then in our quarterly, monthly meetings, weekly talks about client care. I know it is a very big topic in public facilities, especially when dealing with young people who expect a particular type of special care. But it is work in progress. But largely, my staff handle students well. Sometimes it's just the approach and then the perception and attitude of the students. But the services are offered prejudicial without prejudice. They are offered without maybe blaming you. We put aside our religion, tribal beliefs, and whatever, and take care of you as a person. And lastly, when we are discharging these young mothers, we know pregnancy and abortion comes with a lot of psychological trauma. Some of these young girls are aborting for the first time. You leave alone these legends, the habitual, they are those who we call them legends. For them, aborting is a what? Is nothing. But we have these very naive young girls, especially freshers now, they are around 18, 19, 20 years, they are having, seeing pregnancy as the end of what? Of life. So they usually go through a lot of psychological torture. So usually we discharge them through our counseling unit. So the counselor has time to talk to these young mothers, and we rehabilitate them into the academic environment. So that's another factor we forget to talk about when we are educating about family planning. Counseling of these young mothers. Some of them, the abortion is actually spontaneous. They didn't intend it. Spontaneous for the non-medical people here. It happens without any inducing. You get it? They may be an infection, maybe trauma, violence happened, you get it. Then the pregnancy gets out. So we help them, but also counsel them on how to cope with such a situation. Others are religious people. So there is a big conflict between them. Is a young born again from a staunch born again family. So the question is, how will they see me pregnant at home? So it's dealing with community stigma, but also personal conflicts. You get that? So we usually have a session of counseling for them so that they reintegrate back in the community without such a lot of judgments. Thank you.
So, first of all, sister here, you're going to tell us, typically when you meet a lady, not very educated, but usually they come to facilities and they want information for family planning. And sometimes, because of the busy lives, you may not have that personalized message. So they tend to miss the method either because they have not understood, or for those that come with the cases of incomplete abortion or what is it that you've learned that can help foster good behavior among health workers who interact with these clients from your frontline experience?
Okay, thank you so much. According to our settings, yes, sometimes there is a shortage of staffs, and indeed some others, they go back without the contraceptives. But with the meetings, the training and the CME we have been having, we were told as long as a woman have come to the facility to look for care, you should know how to talk to this person. You may be having a long line, but all you prioritize, you have maybe a mother in labor, family planning, postnatal, just a matter of talking. When you know how to talk, you tell them, like you tell them, you see, I have this long line, I have this one in labor, I have this one. When you talk to them nicely, they will not go back without the services. They will be there, though they are going to be annoyed, but they will be there very patient to wait. So according to me, how I've been having the experience, it is your attitude and the information you give to these mothers so that they don't miss they don't miss the services. Maybe when you don't talk to them, you don't tell them, they are seeing you going, coming, entering somewhere, coming back, and you don't tell them what you're doing. That is where they are going to what? They're going to miss out. So that is the attitude where they're talking about. Indeed, sometimes you see the long line, you are annoyed, you are angry, and you will not have that time to tell them what to talk to them. And also, they are also annoyed on you. So the communication, to me, I feel communication is key in all corners, to them and to yourself. And with post-abortion care, I think we are doing well because there is no mother who has ever gone back without being handled issue of post-abortion. Because we have all the methods, we have the equipment to be used, and before even discharge, you have to give all the package. So with post-abortion care, we are offering post-abortion in all these mothers who comes with abortion, and we don't even like stigmatize whether you did it by yourself, induction or spontaneous. We don't care about that one, but we are offering post-abortion. Just a matter of talking. So to me, it is our attitude to make sure these mothers, they get services of post-abortion and maybe family planning. Yeah.
Okay. So Sister Anena, one of the things we miss, we know that ministry says train staff on family planning, train staff on post-abortion care. Are there instances when the district has prioritized the VCAT trainings, which is value, clarification, and attitude transformation among health workers who work in public facilities? Because it is from that training, the VCAT trainings, that some of them will clarify their internal contradictions before even they come to contradict with the clients.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moses. I think Dr. Pebala has talked it well, because these are our regional trainers that has really equipped all our midwives of Gulu, all over Acholi sub-region. And for them, they did not only stop at Health Center 3, because even our Health Center 2s are conducting deliveries. They were also equipped. And also good partnership with the other organizations like UNFPA, who gave all the equipments for management. And before even you receive a client, you must always prepare your facility ready to receive any client who comes for services in your facility. And right now, abortion is really key in our settings, as the midwives have been trained. The MV kits has been delivered in all our health centers. They are there. They are able now to use it. And also if a case is within less than 12 weeks, they can manage. But above 12 weeks, they always have to refer or call for help from Dr. Pebalo or Dr. Baifa from Gulu Hospital. And also we thank God that Ministry of Health has really allowed the midwives to go and do ultrasound training, stenographer. So now at our Health Center 4, at least we have someone who is doing ultrasound for all our pregnant mothers. And even in that abortion, when mother comes with history of abortion, we first have also to scan and get the detail of this bleeding. So basically that is what Gulu district is trying to do, or actually sub-region is trying to do, because we are really in good collaboration with our technical people at the regional hospital and other IPs. Where we need help, we always call, because they have given their numbers to save life. And we need any referrals. At times we don't have ambulances, but there is already assigned ambulances in the region for any severe case that cannot be managed in our lower facility. Health Center 3, Health Center 4 must reach the regional hospital or Lacho. And that is really what we are trying to do, and with the proper documentation of case to case. That is what we are really doing in Gulu here. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we need to hear from Cohernet, because one of your strengths is availing information on both family planning, abortion care, and you use peer networks, and also you use platforms like the toll-free lines, and Kaki, and also I think now you have a WhatsApp chatbot, and many other platforms. So using that approach, how have you transformed the attitudes of health workers you've interacted with, and also the communities? I'm saying this because you usually have dialogue with police, you have dialogue where there are religious leaders. I remember we had one in Parema. We have dialogue with usually cultural leaders. So that interaction, how is it helping you to make the conversation around some of these sensitive issues more friendly?
Thank you so much. First of all, when we talk about unwanted pregnancies and post-abortion, these are things that are actually happening. One gets unwanted pregnancy and they go out and do the abortion, which is unsafe. And what happens is, at the end of the day, this person is infected or they lose their uterus. They are not giving birth anymore. So what are we doing? In the first place, why is this happening? The first point is the stigma is too much in the communities. It's not only the communities, the every other person you reach out to, the person will be like, huh, if they find out I'm pregnant, how are they going to look at me? Just like one of the panelists said. And if they find out I terminated the pregnancy, what is going to happen thereafter? So what are we doing? We are creating this awareness. We are talking to these people. We want them to also give us their view, what they think. I mean, this thing has happened. People are doing abortions out there in the communities. But how are we giving them the platform to come out and say, this and this happened, it has already happened, but I need help? So we are creating that awareness. Let people come out and talk. It has already happened, the person has already aborted, but we want to give them that safe space. So we are giving them that safe space where someone can come out and be like, it happened, but I'm not feeling fine and I need help. So what do we do from there? We refer them to the medical personnel who can take it further from there if it has already happened. So we connect these two, the medical personnel and the person who is already affected. Reason being, we need to follow it up, find out, was this person given the care they need? Yes or no, why not? So in the first place, by the time this person goes to a clinic or any medical personnel, or by the time we refer this person, it means the person was not able to go there on their own because they were scared. What are they going to say? So what we do is we need to connect these two people so that the person will enter the facility and they're not going to be blamed. They're not going to be like, this one has just come, they aborted. You know, they start talking behind your back. So I also talk to the health, the medical personnel. This is what is happening. Please, give these people a listening ear. Listen to them. Because in the first place, these people are already tortured. So they need the psychosocial support. Much as we are providing the psychosocial support, we also need the medical people to come out and talk about it. Give them the support that they need. Be there for them. So also on top of that, we leave the, like I had said earlier, we have the toll-free anti-khaki, whereby a person can call, find out. They'll call you, you're there, and they're like, this and this happened, and unfortunately I terminated it. I terminated the pregnancy. But I did it using herbs because we want to know exactly what transpired. So I did this using the local herbs, maybe, or something like that. So we are giving them the psychosocial support. We are linking them up to the medical facilities where they can get more help. Where in case we are unable to help, then the medical personnel can offer more help. Thank you so much.
Gabriel, what's your experience with working in limited resource settings like Amuru, where people can't even afford basics, but sometimes they have a pregnancy that they don't want?
Well,
they even have 1,000 for eating, but they don't want that pregnancy.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Moses. I think here we are talking about the VCAT issues. And I was again more interested here because this is a purpose for real why we are here. And I was more concerned of how are we perceiving the information as well, how are we going to disseminate it to the community. really realistic. Or having, maybe in case maybe you need 20 children, you could prioritize. You could have maybe 2 women. Could you think about it also as well? I'm also concerned about maybe in case otherwise, have you also thought of maybe appreciating the benefit of the family planning? Something which you needed to also appreciate it at some point. I always, in most of my sessions, when I have CMEs or health education with the mothers during ANC, there is no way, actually, you know, this round that you're going to make a mother pregnant. If there was any way you could be able to determine, I think you would avoid it. But just because God has created that way, you don't know what will happen. That's why we feel it very necessary. Let the family planning help in one way or the other to close the gap. What Dr. Kello tried to raise, of course, we are working in a limited environment also as well, with the limited resources. But we are trying our level best with our partners, and the issue of the community has never been an issue. Except we want to also diversify, as I made mention earlier. We shouldn't make everything get for free totally. I think that's also something which should come into our mind. I think when someone gets some money, I think we would also try to consider and take it seriously. Then another thing I wanted to raise the issue of about the VCAT issues. Anyway, in case the way I've been trying to analyze, one, if we don't change our attitude, toward these other services. I was imagining how many women, how many girls we can make pregnant. It's our response. Actually, it will be our responsibility. We should be accountable for that, because we would have failed to deliver the information, and we be accountable to make them pregnant. In fact, those pregnancies should be our pregnancy. That's how I've been trying to analyze, because we have the information, but of course we limit it for ourselves, and just because we have the buyer's mindset, because we don't want now this family planning, let me not give her the information, and we keep it for ourselves. We would have made someone pregnant by then, because by then someone come and need the service and you fail to deliver the service. So briefly, that's what I can say. Thank you so much.
Okay. So I think, Doc, the challenge we have in public health is what we call ethical dilemmas, where you have two unfavorable situations, but a decision has to be made. So even in marriage, you have social ethical dilemmas. One, you must have sex to your husband, your boyfriend, but you must also protect yourself from getting pregnant and move on with your life without affecting the other person. So when it comes to abortion care, there are also ethical dilemmas. One, you're a Christian, you're a health worker, and there is a patient who needs a service. So under such circumstances, how does what you do as a public health specialist trickle down to somebody who is in that kind of situation, socially and from the academic perspective?
Thank you so much, Doctor. I would like to say that ethical dilemmas applies in very many situations. But of course, given a situation of abortion care, this is one of the common questions I normally ask the students in exams. And I'm not giving the direct answer today. Because it's a matter of discussions and arguing it out. We know we have social issues and cultural issues surrounding abortions. And as a public health person, and with the training in sexual and reproductive health, I would like to say that abortion is actually a very controversial issue when it comes to issues of social, cultural, and religious. And when you bring in ethical dilemma, this is an ethical dilemma. A girl would want to have an abortion. I normally put a scenario where a couple comes asking for an abortion, termination of the pregnancy, and you find the two are not agreeing. One is saying, I want to maintain the pregnancy, the other is saying, I want this pregnancy out because I have enough children. And that could be the man, and the woman doesn't want to say, I need a child. Ethically, you also have to review all the ethics, the ethical principles, and look at those ethical principles and relate it with their discussions in relation to the ethical abortions, and in relation to the abortions that they want to have. If a person comes, you have to view both sides and see, weigh the situation and see, because they are not going to give them the direct answer that go and have the abortion. What if there are other options? There could be reasons for that abortion. If the reasons are so substantial, maybe so important, and it relates to health issues, putting the mother's health at risk, I think that abortion will be possible. But if the mother's health is not at risk at that particular moment, and there is no any abnormality with the fetus, you weigh the situation at that stage, and you look at other options. In most cases, when you put these people together, it's unfortunate that in most of the abortion cases, people come alone. It's very rare to have the two coming together seeking for abortion care. So if you weigh the situation in which somebody is in, and you weigh the implications and put the religious perspective in it, I think you can make decisions basing on the two, basing on the arguments that is coming out. Sometimes we say, okay, people who normally come officially like this, and people who do not, you may think that they cannot afford to look after children, but you find they can afford to look after children, just because probably they had made their ceiling. And in African settings, we look at, we don't look at our biological children as important. We look at the extended families. And most of our spendings goes to these extended families more than what we have. This happened, I wanted to give a case with the one family. They had already reached their, the lady had reached her menopause. I think she was in transition of her menopause. She could have even gone through. She had already big children, and the last born was in senior 4. So it so happened, I know, you see, God does his things. From the blue, this woman conceives. And the man was already retired in his 60s. After conceiving, the man realized that his wife was pregnant. He said they must abort it, because it's bringing shame, because their firstborn is already having children. How can they see him as a grandpa carrying another child? So he said the woman has ashamed him, and the child must be aborted. He doesn't want to see that child born. But the woman said, I'm not aborting. This is what God has given me. I didn't even expect to get pregnant, but all of a sudden now I got it. So the man said, if you don't want, he chased the woman out of the home. And she had to stay in the boys' quarter, her own boys' quarter, and the main house left for the man. So it was the son who would pick the mother, take for antenatal. Until the time of labor, it was night, the man refused. the son came and picked the mother, took for for delivery. She delivered. She continued living in the boys' quarter, and it was the children supporting her, not the husband. Now, when the child was now, you know, these toddlers are very stubborn and very keen. They start moving, smiling. So this man became lonely and started moving towards the woman now, and realized that it was very important. And all these children had left home, and they were left now alone. So he started becoming a friend to the wife again. And the wife forgave him. He apologized, and he became the best friend of that little boy running in the family, running around. And he confessed that it was not, he doesn't know what happened to him, but that was the best gift God has given him in his old age. So that's why I'm saying, exploring the reasons for the abortion matters. Before you give them, you don't have to decide for them. When you're counseling somebody, it's not only one-day counseling. The counseling has to be a continuous counseling. So you don't counsel today and say, now I've given. And in most cases, people don't know what is counseling. They think counseling is directing them what to do. Counseling does not direct anyone to do. And with the ethics, it's very, very important to give these people guidelines on what to do. You base yourself on the ethical principles, and once you base yourself on the ethical principles, you will be able to come out of these problems and help these people unite and become friends again. I think that is what I want to say on this. But I wanted to add on what the previous speakers have said on issues of this family planning, why people still don't embrace it. But we should put in mind that there's a lot of stigma in the community, especially the rural areas. When people see you using family planning methods or going for family planning services, they may think you are very sexually active, you are the most sexually active person. So people would put you that like, that one, the daughter of so-and-so just uses family planning. She just moves out with the people's boys and men. That is the perception that people have on people who use family planning, which is wrong. If we don't clear these kind of perceptions, it will not end. And what we should also put in mind that nature is nature. It's very difficult to control nature. You are the owner. Somebody says issues to do with the areas of 1% is not easy. Even a highly educated will become stupid. It is you who have gone to school, but not the 1%. The 1% will do for you stupid things and you realize later. So it is the right time for us, actually. It is the high time now we change the perception, the attitude, and we see how best we can make this work. The knowledge is there. People are aware. Somebody asked about the youth corners or the adolescent-friendly corners. Those things are there. I want to tell you that out of the research we did, the people who went for that adolescent corners, not all of them even knew there was family planning methods being provided. Community, we expect them also to disseminate this information during the attachment in the community. And we always tell them to be also very careful. As Pebalo said, a man coming with a knife with his wife. And you are there as a student, you are not there as a staff. You don't take things by yourself. And we always tell you these are very sensitive things when you are dealing with the women. especially issues of talking to them in reproductive health or whatever, let their men be there. Otherwise, they will think that you are taking over their wives. That's another issue. We also got cases in one of those health facilities that one of our students was vibing his wife. So these are very sensitive things, and he was talking to the woman about issues of family planning. So you be very careful. The messages you are going to give, the type of messages you are going to give, at what time matters. And are you alone? If you are alone, then you are not giving the rightful message. That is why always we say work with someone. If you are a male staff, have a female nurse, so that you don't have those issues coming up. Thank you.
So, I think you've come across the saying that people say that the woman comes to your facility and that woman comes to post-abortion care. You don't talk about family planning. You've left that woman once. If that woman comes back pregnant, because you missed the opportunity to talk about family planning, you've left that woman down twice. And most times, we let down these women either because of health system related issues or because of myth and misconceptions that we as health workers are unable to pass or manage. And from a perspective of a trainer, gynecologist, and somebody who provides mentorships in the region, how best can we ensure that, number one, our behaviors do not contribute to letting down the women who want family planning, and number two, the women who are already in a situation whereby they have a need for post-abortion care services?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Moses. As I'm always known, a man of few words, but full of action, so I'm going to be a little bit brief, ensuring that I go straight to the point. When we are looking at behavior change, it is a very complex process, owing to the fact that we have issues to do with abortion and its related complications. We already know that in our country, Uganda, abortion has been legally restricted, meaning that you are not at liberty to just carry out abortion. Even if there is indication for the abortion, there's still much more you have to explain to actually validate that you should have that abortion happening. So issues to do with behavior and myth, as healthcare providers, as a trainer, as a person who would want others to learn more about these issues of family planning, what we normally do is we target about 3 different domains in as far as theories in behavior change may be concerned. So all these things we are going to be talking about, or I'm going to be talking about, is mainly to ensure that the different 3 theories are focused on. One of them is being the social theory, the other one is about the information, motivation and behavioral skills theory, and also the aspect of theoretical theories. Now, with the students, they will also, of course, go and read more what I've talked about. But what am I saying here? I'm trying to say that the World Health Organization and Ministry of Health recognize that when you are providing post-abortion care, you must have the 5 components. And one of the important components, if you have not talked about when you are providing post-abortion care, is family planning, modern method of family planning. Meaning that if you don't embrace this earlier on, you are most likely going to deny this woman from having the service. So you have to be honest to yourself that as you know the myths surrounding the issues to do with family planning, it is a necessity that you should provide this. And we normally ask them so much. So in our training, we incorporate all this in the package for them to know that this is actually very, very important. Now, it is very complex to change behavior of a person, especially when the person has grown into a system and has been influenced negatively. And that's why we start earlier on by having this in the curriculum, by ensuring that we put them as the forefront, that they are going to be examined on this. We are trying to show them that these are all necessary things that you must have in your practice when you qualify. So it is, much as it's difficult to change the behavior of these people here, we try to show them the right way by ourselves trying to provide the services as teachers, as trainers. When we go to family planning clinic, there's a clinic, of course, gadgeted in all the facilities, by the way, including the faith-based facilities. They are there. They also talk about them. Even the teachers there, the honorary lecturers there, they also what? Talk about them. They teach the students about the family planning. And then the need for providing comprehensive post-abortion care to our women. And this, then when they carry on with time, they will therefore translate this training to the other people who are coming up, because we think you're not going to remain there forever. I am going to be today a teacher, tomorrow I'll be someone else, and then tomorrow you'll be the one. So we think that you make this as a routine for the other people who are coming after you to also know that these are very, very important things. So our women normally, when they come to our facilities where we work, where we provide these services, what we do, we provide them different methods that are there available, so that these students, we don't want them not to be there. These students should be there in the family planning clinic. They should be there where we are in gynecological ward, so that they can attend to the services we are offering to them. And we always emphasize that when a woman comes to you with abortion-related complication and you have treated the woman, it is very important to provide family planning to such a woman. So we can actually put the methods, or after counseling the woman, and provide the service there and then. We don't want them to first go home and then they come back after a week, after 3 weeks, because you actually may actually miss the opportunity. So these students, we normally make sure they are there involved in the process of us providing the service. By that, they learn the kind of behavior that is actually appropriate for them, not to make sure that these women miss the very service that we are talking about. So I'm not going to prolong this discussion any further, because just the whole day we can be discussing, but I thank you all for involving me. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we say all good things come to an end. So now I am going to give an opportunity for Musa 1, 2 there, guys have been quiet. The makeup team has been quiet. And then maybe at the corner, then 4. Okay, 5. Musa, you have to get introduce yourself. You guys need to know it.
I'm Musa, and I'm the founder of Cohelinet and the current serving team leader. One, the issue of VCAT. If I assume they who have been listening, most of us have been engaged in VCAT sessions, but my focus will be more with the community gatekeepers. If you try to dig deeper into the VCAT sessions that we hold within the communities, these have been our observations as an organization. I'm going to leave them pending as food for thought to all of us, as a take home to think deeper when it comes to abortion. One, do we really think that abortion is a right? It's worth thinking about. Is it a right? Is it you, a provider, to make a decision for a woman that she should abort or not? Is it about a religious person? Is it about any person to make a decision for her? Let's think about it. Then 2, PAC. Every time we are talking about PAC, still, is PAC only enough?
Let's try to dig deeper. Is it doing more good or bad? Let's try to think about it. How many young women, how many women are doing horrible things just to fit within the package? Think about it. 3, do we ever sit down and think that maybe we should look at abortion as a healthcare issue? Is it a religious issue? Is it a cultural issue? What is it anyway? Let's try to think about it still. Still, every time we find it easy to conclude so and so aborted. But do we ever take time to sit and try to fit ourselves into the shoes of those people who go for abortions? I don't know, I've seen those using jig, taking jig to terminate a pregnancy. Do you ever try to put on shoes of that person? Try to understand what she's going through and why she's making that horrible decision to do it. Or we find it easy to blame them whatever we want to. Still, let's think about it. And finally, is it fair every time it's a woman to be blinded, whatever we want to blind them to be? When do we ever bring men close to the issue of the unsafe abortions that are happening in the communities? Every time we hold sessions in the community, men tend to pretend, you see, we are the bosses, you know, we are everything. Do these women take these pregnancies out of taking water sodas? When do they ever come into the puzzle? See? I think these are all things that we need to think about. It's really, really, really important. I've always tasked the leaders, the community gatekeepers. Okay, what decisions do you make if such scenarios are within your family? Do they still blunder? I've seen pastors, then, but I've seen pastors, I've seen sheikhs, whatever they are. Once within their family, then the religion is aside. They'll always work very hard to save a life within their families. Once about other people within their communities, you know, so-and-so's children are very good doing this and that. Okay, why is it that when it comes to their families, they always try to go under the ground to get the best solutions for them? These are all things that we need to sit down and think about. Let's try to get a clear focus when it comes to abortion. I think we are living in denial. Thank you.
There was a hand there. So Musa has left us with rhetorical questions. You can answer them when the reach home.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just have 2 questions, very simple. One goes to my sister from Coronet. I'm a little curious. How do you identify the key groups that you actually recruit to have them participate in your engagement activities? What do you consider to choose them? And then how do you have them motivated to sustain the continuity of the initiatives that you do in the community? And additionally, how did you come up with establishing the toll-free line that you use to allow the communications from these people in the community reaching out to you? Who caters for what? Then the other question to my brother next to you is, yes, we are having these products in the local remote communities, for example, in Amuru, and later area you mentioned that you're distributing them to these people at a cost. Just to inquire, what is the benefit of having that cost, and why wouldn't we give it to them free of charge? And then, if let's say an organization comes up that procures those drugs for you and then issues them to you at a free cost and asks you to sell them at even a much lower cost than you have been previously selling them, how do that affect your business and how would you take on that? Thank you.
Okay, as you process the answers, let's get that, then there was there, then there. Okay.
Which one first, Doctor?
There's somebody at the corner.
Thank you so much, the moderator. My question is, before the question, I've gotten a feeling that most of the discussions and the rest was based on abortion. And there are some other family planning methods that we have seen, and we put them aside and we specifically based on abortion. I don't know if we took the presumption of the majority of people here are medical students, so they are aware about it. I don't know if that's the presumption that was taken, but that aside, I had a feeling or a request that if we could go through or if we could get some knowledge about those other family planning methods, because this, like the majority here is, we are considering the university setting or the setting of the youth, and there are these other family planning methods that the youth are using, not specifically abortion, and they are not aware of them, like taking pills. Youth are just buying emergency pills, but they don't have knowledge about them. They just buy maybe because they are cheap or something. They don't have knowledge about it. So my request was like, if we could also go through those that are majorly used by students, since we are at a university setting. Thank you.
Okay, as you take the microphone there, I think answer your question directly. The University Medical Association, I think Students Medical Association, and the Guild Health Minister requested that we will need a session with different groups within the university on how to understand or to digest more of the issues discussed here. And we told the minister that we would be happy to organize a student-centric forum where we discuss emergency pills, when they work, when they don't work, oral contraceptives, how they should be used, injectables, something like that. Because I'm going to tell you, are you a medical student? Which year are you in? Third year law student. In your last 3 years of university, you could have seen friends who took emergency pills and got pregnant. Eh? And you're asking yourself what happened. So there you could be saying, when I finish as a lawyer, I'm going to sue these companies. So surely there are things that's why we tell you that talk to your health worker before. When you go to buy, talk to your health worker and make sure that you understand your cycle. There is one thing we usually tell people, that once you have ovulated, no emergency pill will save you. Okay.
Where? Here. Oh.
Thank you so much. I'm by the name Beatrice Agig, a nursing officer. I work with Gulu University Medical Clinic. I've served the university since the inception of the university, and I've been interfacing with so many students who encountered abortion. So here basically, at the facility we give the various family planning methods, but not the surgical one. At the same time, we don't encourage abortion, but we manage post-abortion care. We know the implications, the consequences, the disadvantage, and the advantage of abortion. Much as abortion itself is not legalized in Uganda. That would also answer the question to my brother. the health implications of abortions or the health burden of abortions. Treatment of abortions is very, very expensive. Very, very expensive in terms of also taking the life of the mothers. So we don't encourage abortion. So back to my service with the students or my interface with the students, looking at the population here in the room, ask yourself, assuming you happen to impregnate a girl, which direction are you going to take? Or assuming someone impregnates you as a lady, which directions are you going to take? Why am I asking these questions? Many times, as the university clinic, we serve majority of the community, but not our students. Why? Because they are self-stigma. They are stigmatized. They stigmatize themselves by having fear of their friends or their peers or their other ex looking at them coming to get services to our facility. The same way it goes with the STDs. Many students, much as they labor to stress their parents, some of them are coming from very poor background, I'm sorry to say this, but they end up getting complications because of fear. But not that because the personnel, they have a negative attitude or they're not ready to serve them. We are ready to serve them. So with this, as our students, we are always there at your disposal, and we have drugs. If it drugs is there, good drugs for our students, but we only get few students. So my advice is, feel free, advocate for the access to the facility at any one moment, so long as it is open. Finally, the only biggest challenge is when you are handling adolescent reproductive health, look at the environment, because adolescents need a friendly environment, and also the people serving them. Like for me, unless someone direct that you go to Sister Beatrice, they would fear that how do I go to the old woman? She may not even treat me well. So adolescents may also need a person of their age bracket so that they're able to talk freely. So as a university also, or any other health facility, or the government facility, let us also advocate to create a center for adolescents so that they have free access. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh.
Thank you very much. I only have one question, and my question is, I've always heard that the contraceptives, like they make someone's periods either come earlier or come after some good time, and they also alter the number of days. Like, is it true that it alters the number of days someone had? If someone had like 24, they end up in either 22 or maybe even 35 days. So is that true? That is my concern. Thank you.
Okay. As I take this back to Dr. Okello, I still need to learn. Is it the unsafe abortions that are dangerous, or all abortion is dangerous? Because there is safe and unsafe. I'd love also to learn. Thank you.
I hope that doesn't need an answer immediately. But anyway, Musa, I think if you've read literature enough, you'll find that people will tell you that it's very easy to die of a border accident than you'd die from a safe abortion. Have you heard that? That it's very easy to die from a border accident than to die from a safe abortion. That if an abortion is done in a setting where somebody is trained, they have the equipment, they know what to do, you're likely to survive than the other person who is walking in Gulu streets may be knocked by a border. So that comes down to your question. Which one is more dangerous, the safe one or the unsafe one?
And what is killing people? They are all dangerous.
They are, so first of all, the unsafe one is more dangerous because one, you're doing it in circumstances where there is nobody who is trained, and probably in a setting where you're likely to introduce more infections into yourself. The safe one you can discuss. That's why even the government and the law says there are circumstances when this can happen. So as we discuss that, depending on which side you lie, you just know that the unsafe one, there may be no way out. Like Dr. Mkembo was giving example of young girls who got septic and what and so forth. So that's another thing. Dr. Pebalo, there's a question that came from that corner, that contraceptives delay, prolong, mess up periods and all that. I think you need to put the science to that question such that you set the record straight, and also clarify the concerns of our law student in the corner, that they need to understand more about the different contraceptive methods. But I invite you to visit the University Medical Center and have a one-on-one session with the midwives and Dr. Mkembo. You'll be able to know why some of your friends got pregnant, even when they religiously took the emergency contraceptive. So I'll start from here.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I can I add on this one? I think importantly, even if you terminate a pregnancy, terminating a pregnancy is safer than delivery. You need to appreciate the only way you can die of terminating a pregnancy is maybe you got a sepsis, you got a perforated uterus, okay? Maybe you get a what? Bleeding, okay? But when pregnancy continues, you're going to get preeclampsia. They will actually find more bigger issues ahead of you, okay? So the message here is that I am saying the risk is not going to be zero, okay? So when we're talking about this, we need to appreciate the risk. The risk is not going to be zero. It's not going to be 100%, okay? The message here is that if you're going to risk going to Kitgum during the Konji rebellion, okay, you should only risk when you intend to risk to reach Kitgum. What I'm saying is that if you're going to risk dying a maternal death, you should have wanted to have that child. Okay? Yes, the other question, maybe I don't need to go deep into this. The other thing is that question about contraceptive messing up the cycles. When you're in medical school, we teach these medical students what they call the non-contraceptive benefit of contraception. Okay? Actually, when your periods are messed up, we use again family planning to bring it to line. When you're bleeding a lot, we use that medicine to bring it to line. Okay? When you're not seeing it, we use that medicine to bring it back. Okay? So it behaves like a devil. Eh? Like money. You don't like it. I mean, you don't like the devil, but you know, he's around there. He's around there. So, yes, if you use too much emergency contraception, especially most girls repeat it twice, 3 times, 4 times a month, that is not emergency contraception. Of course, it's going to mess up your period a little bit, but it will stabilize. Okay? But if you have a risk of, you know, you're going to have sex frequently, you don't need to use emergency. Use the real contraceptive method. Okay? Emergency is for emergency. So, for my upcoming lawyer, I think it is important that you need to visit the university center. You can also come to our department. We have a lot of resources. We have the 2 people who work at the simulation lab. They have a lot of resources on family planning, okay, that can give you more information so that we tailor the information to you. Otherwise, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Francis, and the members for those insightful questions. I like the word emergency is what? Yes. So please be advised that, like Doctor said, there is nothing in this world without a side what? A side effect. I remember a friend telling me that even the food you eat has its own side what? Now some of you have eaten, you are feeling sleepy, not so? Yeah. Or sometimes you might enjoy the food so much and the time it becomes an inconvenience. So this, in their mode of action, I think some of these things may be longer for you to understand, especially if you aren't in the medical world. But we explain this when you come for this what? These methods. That's why it is important you don't just buy them and take, but ask for information. So, is abortion a right? You just raise it to incite our discussion or to think about it?
It's food for thought, sir.
Food for thought.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Unfortunately, today's topic may not go into that direction. Okay. Yeah. But my comment, like you asked about unsafe abortion is, just like the word is unsafe, they are more dangerous than safe what? Abortion is. But that is not to say that safe abortion is not what? Dangerous. Doctor here can tell you that you can go to theater when you have prepared very well to operate a mother, you have done your assessment, and you come out with a death on table. You get that? The mother can die with you in the theater when you prepared very well. So either way, abortion is not something very what? Pleasant. And that's why we want you to plan your pregnancy. Have it when you must have it. Okay? You can even do it safely and then they arrest you. Remember, it is illegal in Uganda. So the only way is the medical way that Dr. Ope was trying to explain. That one is safer medically when it is sanctioned by under medical what? Conditions, and they are theirs when we sanction them. You asked about students. You asked about students getting what? There's something you asked about students. Yes. Now, Moses asked a very important question about getting pregnant after taking emergency pills. When we were having lunch, my senior here was giving me a laughter that he asked me a question. What is the most surest way of not getting pregnant? Of all the methods, which one is the most surest way? 100% no problem. The best method is abstinence.
How about you get Jesus?
You got Jesus. My friend, if you have sex on your ovulation day, not even Jesus will save it. You get it? So the most sure way is abstinence. Don't eat when you are not ready. These days when we are talking about HIV testing, we say test before you test. Make sure you test half HIV before you go for sampling to test that thing. So likewise here, all methods are not 100% perfect. The only perfect method is what? Abstinence. It is difficult, but nothing is easy. Even Jesus to save the world, he had to die. So likewise here, all those methods have their percentage of what? Protection. So even when you use an emergency pill, it has its own failure what? Failure rate. Emergency, by the way, we only think that emergency is only the pill. You can also use an IUD as an emergency what? Method, as a backup method. And it can be used within 7 days. Unlike the pill which you must take within 72 hours. You get this? But like my senior commented here, that if you have it around ovulation day or on ovulation night, you might not be saved. Because some sperms are so energetic. Eh? By the time you think of the cervical mucus plug, the thing is already up there. So that's why sometimes maybe you might end up with an ectopic and all that. But the direct answer to you is that all methods have their failure rates. And the most reason why young girls get pregnant even after using emergence, the main reason is improper use, is incorrect use. I was chatting to a friend and he was telling me for him he has now resorted to call it directly observed therapy. We use it in treatment of TB. So we are going to enjoy your thing. He has his water there, and then the bottle. He wants to be sure you have taken the what? The pill. This thing of calling you, you see, I forgot. You see, I didn't have money to buy, and that's where the main issue is with the young people. They do not have money to buy what? The pills. So he remember to buy after 72 what? Hours. Or young girls even fear taking tablets. He rely you he has taken the tablet but has not what? Taken it. Some pills you must take 2. The girl will only take 1. You have taken underdose. So still you will end up with unwanted what? Pregnancy. So the main issue is about usage. That's where young girls are getting pregnant even after using emergency what? Pills. But themselves as a method, they have their own what? Limitations. And then the other thing that we don't want to discuss are the genetical variations between us. We are created uniquely and what? Different. You get it? So your body genetics may not occur well with a given what? Emergency. Some people are fast metabolizers, others are not. There are things like which other medicine are you using together with the what? The emergency. Are you getting it? Which other concurrent conditions do you have? You get that? So there are many reasons why you may get pregnant even after taking an emergency pill. But the main reason is not using it consistently and in according to the right what? Procedures. But the university provides them to you for free as and when available. We know the consumption is higher, so they usually get over very fast. But that shouldn't be a reason. Like doctor said, if you must have sex frequently, then you are no longer a person qualifying for emergency pills. You are better off coming for a more, we call it you use a routine method of what? Contraception, which is also available. Thank you very much.
I think there was a question for...
You want to take it up?
Most I can answer that.
Okay. One, so you wanted to know why the identification process. How? One was about the toll-free helpline, then the other was peers we are.
The peers that you interact with and the ones that you train in the community, and then how do you motivate them to ensure sustainability of your initiative?
Wow. How do we identify peers? Cohelinet is a sexually productive health focused network, all organization. That is one. We believe everyone has a right to make a decision on what he or she wants. We are non-discriminative, so we follow those values. As long as you fit into that, it's very fine with us. But then, we also consider other factors. For instance, if you can go out to the community, you have the competence, you have the confidence to do the work that we do, but everyone is given a chance. Everyone is given a chance. If you fit in, good to go. Then sustainability, that depends. we work in accordance to projects. Like I'm here because of the Actuate project. If it ends and it's not renewed, then we have no option because we shall have no money to pay. So whoever works for Coherinet is paid for the work that he or she does. I don't know if I've responded to you well, as far as that one. Then the issue of the toll-free helpline, why? Actuate, let me take boldly from the Actuate project. It has enabled us to work or to move to all 24 districts across the country. Here the contentious issues about abortion, but there are districts where you cannot discuss about family planning. Did you know that? Yes. You cannot talk about family planning. On several occasions, there's when they've thrown us away and we've decided to run away when they brought out pangas. Sharp ones. Because we are talking about family planning. So, but does it mean that women within those communities do not need these services? You get it? So we need to, that's why we came up with interventions that can help. Much as we are here, we have different problems that we cannot talk about freely. We may say we may not want to talk about, let's say, abortion, but someone here is like, wow, I really need a service immediately after here. Eh? All I have a girlfriend, and we need to terminate this thing there and then. But then automatically, he or she cannot say it out. By giving out to this toll-free helpline, automatically that's an intervention. Okay? You don't have to fear, you don't have to, to be stigmatized to say out what you feel, because even the person you're talking to, in the first instance, you don't know him or her. What you need is information. What you need is support. That's the most important thing. That's why we are amplifying it up. We know there are always economic issues involved. So to make sure that we serve, our focus is always the grassroots. That's where Coherinet's focus is. And most of these people, in most cases, they don't have even money to buy, airtime. So that's why we make it free. Call anytime, free of charge, and then you'll be helped. But now we are changing it into a family. Why? Because some find it okay, for instance, to do a visual counseling session. That is why we are integrating our system into a visual counseling app. Or one may feel okay to just WhatsApp. I don't want to call because sometimes, it takes you through that bureaucracy, dial, now click 5 to take you to this. Some may just find it okay to just, send a message and then you respond there and then. And that's why we are coming up with this TV as well. There are circumstances where one doesn't feel okay. Maybe you sit in a community to talk, but if we can invite about 4 or 5 people, we take them to our studio, sit and discuss what you think about, let's say, family planning. It's a safer option. So all these are interventions that we are coming up with to help us serve the people better, to give them the right information, to help them make informed choices. Thank you.
Well, thank you once more. I think one of the questions which has been raised by one of our colleagues here, the issue about the costing and pricing of the products, right? I think we are in the event of sustainability of the services and continuity of the services also as well. I think when we right now, most of the NGOs and most of the organizations, they are running toward sustainability and the continuity of delivery of the services. And when you realize in one of the sessions we had with some of our partners, like you said, remember there was a project under what they call Voucher Plus. Most of these projects, because they are being offered for free, they are being under donation, they run sort of funds. Giving live example of DKT International, I think Dr. Kelly would have given some live example. about DKT operates. For the reason being, they have been able to survive for the good years because most of their products, in fact, when we price and maybe we put some cost, some of these products, we learn some of them are of quality rather than giving them these other free service, although others also good, but also as well, most of these other products which has been supplied to the public facilities, they are being bought. They always buy them. And they only short-live for a short time. When they run short of fund, they also go. For example, I think for the last good years, I think for the last 2-3 years ago, there was a project called RBF, Result-Based Financing. Right now, I think that's phased off. All these events, if there was a sustainability bit of it, I think it would have been sustainable. Because at one point, you cannot really keep on donating each and every time. For example, for the DKT products, let's talk about the Kiss condoms. I think each and every time, like for example, there's a new product that I've just launched. It's called Kiss Extra Time. And it goes for around 8,000 shillings. And it's really very interesting. And when someone have the experience and will have more opportunity to buy more. And like for example, the liver plan. Liver plan, I think most of us, there's a DKT product called liver plan. It's also part of the implant products. And really very good. And at a fair cost. Those fair costs help in the sustainability of the commodities as well, so that they would be in place. Because, for example, like I think DKT doesn't write proposal sort of, but they market those products and those funds they want to use for producing the next fund, so that it can always be there in the market, so that they don't run short of it. I think what else? Is that all? I think that's briefly about the costing, the pricing, briefly. That's a brief reason for why those things are costed. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'll give the district close the meeting.
Thank you so much. Good evening once again. I have to take this honor to give vote of thanks to the organizers, that is DKT International. I also have to give vote of thanks to our lecturers of Gulu University and the students at large. I really have to appreciate all of us who have turned for this meeting. Can we have a crowd of clap for ourselves? For without us coming, this function would have not gone that far. So we are very grateful. I hope you have really enjoyed the discussions. I have also to thank the panelists, because at least you have given the insight of family planning messages. And I thank Dr. Pebalo because he has said family planning starts from home. Start from your family. When you are talking, be a role model for yourself, so that when you talk, you are very exemplary. It has touched so many people, but that is the message. So we are really grateful. We don't really have to take so much because a lot have been discussed. Let's use all the messages that you have picked from this conference and use them effectively. With these few remarks, I thank all of you. I wish you safe journey back to your different places where you have come from. And this meeting is adjourned. For God and my country.
Thank you very much. Musa, I think, wants to give some students some condoms.
But these students are bodies.
They keep pretending.
The students are holy. Do you need condoms, Mama? Extra time.
Extra is here. Strawberry. Passion. Salad. Chocolate. And classic. Can help yourself.
Time when we organize one.
Main camp. Let's.
That wouldn't cost you money.
No, actually, I want us to.
Public address system, you can talk. Yes, sir? You need you to get time and organize an enrichment class. If you have resources, you can even come in the next 2 weeks. Because I'm running a medical camp in the next 2 weeks.
We want to come there as soon as possible before we travel back to Kampala.
This Thursday?
Thursday it's World Safe Abortion Day. We are having
then how we mobilize social.
We can do Friday or Saturday.
Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe abortion. This message goes to younger children. Do not have unsafe abortion because it will take off your life. Together we say no to have unsafe